You know what drives the world? Belief. A belief that the world can be a better place. A place where human life is celebrated. A place where equality has a seat in the boardrooms. Where viruses have left the building and the planet. Where the only room for hunger is in the eyes of champions. Where there is thirst for moonshots. Where sustainability is not just part of a cool #goals. A place where we can breathe. And so can the communities we belong to. These beliefs may sound audacious to many, but you are not alone. We at TCS share your beliefs, and we know how to bring them to life. We are fellow travellers on your journey, equally excited, bringing everything, know-how, innovation and agility. What do you believe we can do together? We are TCS, building on belief.
This run began with belief, with a moment of what if I could that turned into I think I can. And every step built on that, left foot, right foot, mile after mile, each one just a little more definite, just fractionally more confident than the last, till I think I can became I know I will, and I know I will became there's no stopping me.
Ik ben niet echt een hardloper.
I'd always said I would never run a marathon.
Knokken tegen jezelf.
Why would I suffer? Why would I do all of the efforts?
A little bit of this run is always for myself. It's always another test for me.
The thing which is pushing me every day when I go out to run is that this is something that I need to achieve, something which is an extra mile for me, something that I always wanted to do.
Ja, nu is het moment in mijn leven dat ik kan bewijzen dat ik ook die onmenselijke prestatie kan leven.
Your body and mind are fighting against each other. Eventually the mind will win and the body will cooperate.
If it's been a really tough one or quite an emotional race, actually getting across that finish line, just the best feeling.
It teaches you that you can achieve much more and succeed against the world.
We prove to ourselves that our bodies are strong, our minds are powerful, and we're capable of more than we know. That we can do anything if we build on belief, one step at a time, just like we do with this run.
You know what drives the world? Belief. A belief that the world can be a better place. A place where human life is celebrated. A place where equality has a seat in the boardrooms. where viruses have left the building and the planet. Where the only room for hunger is in the eyes of champions. Where there is thirst for moonshots. Where sustainability is not just part of a cool #goals. A place where we can breathe. And so can the communities we belong to. These beliefs may sound audacious to many, but you are not alone. We at TCS share your beliefs, and we know how to bring them to life. We are fellow travellers on your journey, equally excited, bringing everything, know-how, innovation and agility. What do you believe we can do together? We are TCS, building on belief.
This run began with belief, with a moment of what if I could that turned into I think I can. And every step built on that, left foot, right foot, mile after mile, each one just a little more definite, just fractionally more confident than the last, till I think I can became I know I will, and I know I will became there's no stopping me.
Ik ben niet echt te gaan lopen.
I'd always said I would never run a marathon.
Knokken tegen jezelf.
Why would I suffer? Why would I do all of the efforts?
A little bit of this run is always for myself. It's always another test for me.
The thing which is pushing me every day when I go out to run is that this is something that I need to achieve, something which is an extra mile for me, something that I always wanted to do.
Ja, nu is het moment in mijn leven dat ik kan bewijzen dat ik ook die onmenselijke prestatie kan leveren.
Your body and mind are fighting against each other. Eventually the mind will win and the body will cooperate.
If it's been a really tough one or quite an emotional race, actually getting across that finish line, just the best feeling.
It teaches you that you can achieve much more and succeed against the world.
We prove to ourselves that our bodies are strong, our minds are powerful, and we're capable of more than we know. That we can do anything if we build on belief, one step at a time, just like we do with this run.
You know what drives the world? Belief. A belief that the world can be a better place. A place where human life is celebrated. A place where equality has a seat in the boardrooms. Where viruses have left the building and the planet. Where the only room for hunger is in the eyes of champions. Where there is thirst for moonshots. where sustainability is not just part of a cool #goals, a place where we can breathe, and so can the communities we belong to. These beliefs may sound audacious to many, but you are not alone. We at TCS share your beliefs, and we know how to bring them to life. We are fellow travellers on your journey, equally excited, bringing everything: know-how, innovation and agility. What do you believe we can do together? We are TCS, building on belief.
This run began with belief, with a moment of what if I could that turned into I think I can. And every step built on that, left foot, right foot, mile after mile, each one just a little more definite, just fractionally more confident than the last, till I think I can became I know I will, and I know I will became there's no stopping me.
Ik ben niet echt een gaarloper.
I'd always said I would never run a marathon.
Knokken tegen jezelf.
Why would I suffer? Why would I do all of the efforts?
A little bit of this run is always for myself. It's always another test for me.
The thing which is pushing me every day when I go out to run is that this is something that I need to achieve, something which is an extra mile for me, something that I always wanted to do.
Ja, nu is het moment in mijn leven dat ik kan bewijzen dat ik ook die onmenselijke prestatie kan leveren.
Your body and mind are fighting against each other. Eventually the mind will win and the body will cooperate.
If it's been a really tough one or quite an emotional race, actually getting across that finish line, just the best feeling.
It teaches you that you can achieve much more and succeed against the world.
We prove to ourselves that our bodies are strong, our minds are powerful, and we're capable of more than we know. That we can do anything if we build on belief, one step at a time, just like we do with this run.
You know what drives the world? Belief. A belief that the world can be a better place. A place where human life is celebrated. A place where equality has a seat in the boardrooms. Where viruses have left the building and the planet. Where the only room for hunger is in the eyes of champions. Where there is thirst for moonshots. Where sustainability is not just part of a cool #goals. A place where we can breathe, and so can the communities we belong to. These beliefs may sound audacious to many, But you are not alone. We at TCS share your beliefs, and we know how to bring them to life. We are fellow travellers on your journey, equally excited, bringing everything: know-how, innovation and agility. What do you believe we can do together? We are TCS, building on belief. You know what drives the world? Belief. A belief that the world can be a better place. A place where human life is celebrated. A place where equality has a seat in the boardrooms. Where viruses have left the building and the planet. Where the only room for hunger is in the eyes of champions. Where there is thirst for moonshots. Where sustainability is not just part of a cool #goals. A place where we can breathe, and so can the communities we belong to. These beliefs may sound audacious to many, but you are not alone. We at TCS share your beliefs, and we know how to bring them to life. We are fellow travellers on your journey, equally excited, bringing everything: know-how, innovation and agility. What do you believe we can do together? We are TCS, building on belief.
This run began with belief, with a moment of what if I could that turned into I think I can. And every step built on that, left foot, right foot, mile after mile, each one just a little more definite, just fractionally more confident than the last, till I think I can became I know I will, and I know I will became there's no stopping me.
Ik ben niet echt te gaan lopen.
I'd always said I would never run a marathon.
Knokken tegen jezelf.
Why would I suffer? Why would I do all of the efforts?
A little bit of this run is always for myself. It's always another test for me.
The thing which is pushing me every day when I go out to run is that this is something that I need to achieve, something which is an extra mile for me, something that I always wanted to do.
Ja, nu is het moment in mijn leven dat ik kan bewijzen dat ik ook die onmenselijke prestatie kan leveren.
Your body and mind are fighting against each other. Eventually the mind will win and the body will cooperate.
If it's been a really tough one or quite an emotional race, actually getting across that finish line, just the best feeling.
It teaches you that you can achieve much more and succeed against the world.
We prove to ourselves that our bodies are strong, our minds are powerful, and we're capable of more than we know. That we can do anything if we build on belief, one step at a time, just like we do with this run.
You know what drives the world? Belief. A belief that the world can be a better place. A place where human life is celebrated. A place where equality has a seat in the boardrooms. Where viruses have left the building and the planet. Where the only room for hunger is in the eyes of champions. Where there is thirst for moonshots. Where sustainability is not just part of a cool #goals. A place where we can breathe. And so can the communities we belong to. These beliefs may sound audacious to many, but you are not alone. We at TCS share your beliefs, and we know how to bring them to life. We are fellow travellers on your journey, equally excited, bringing everything, know-how, innovation and agility. What do you believe we can do together? We are TCS, building on belief.
This run began with belief, with a moment of what if I could that turned into I think I can. And every step built on that, left foot, right foot, mile after mile, each one just a little more definite, just fractionally more confident than the last, till I think I can became I know I will, and I know I will became there's no stopping me.
Ik ben niet echt een gaarloper.
I'd always said I would never run a marathon.
Knokken tegen jezelf.
Why would I suffer? Why would I do all of the efforts?
A little bit of this one is always for myself. It's always another test for me.
The thing which is pushing me every day when I go out to run is that this is something that I need to achieve, something which is an extra mile for me, something that I always wanted to do.
Ja, nu is het moment in mijn leven dat ik kan bewijzen dat ik ook die onmenselijke prestatie kan leveren.
Your body and mind are fighting against each other. Eventually the mind will win and the body will cooperate.
If it's been a really tough one or quite an emotional race, actually getting across that finish line, just the best feeling.
It teaches you that you can achieve much more and succeed against the world.
We prove to ourselves that our bodies are strong, our minds are powerful, and we're capable of more than we know. That we can do anything if we build on belief, one step at a time, just like we do with this run. This run began with belief, with a moment of what if I could that turned into I think I can. And every step built on that, left foot, right foot, mile after mile. Each one just a little more definite, just fractionally more confident than the last. Till I think I can became I know I will. And I know I will became there's no stopping me.
Ik ben niet echt een gaarloper.
I'd always said I would never run a marathon.
Knokken tegen jezelf.
Why would I suffer? Why would I do all of the efforts?
A little bit of this one is always for myself. It's always another test for me.
The thing which is pushing me every day when I go out to run is that this is something that I need to achieve, something which is an extra mile for me, something that I always wanted to do.
Ja, nu is het moment in mijn leven dat ik kan bewijzen dat ik ook die onmenselijke prestatie kan leveren.
Your body and mind are fighting against each other. Eventually the mind will win and the body will cooperate.
If it's been a really tough one or quite an emotional race, actually getting across that finish line, just the best feeling.
It teaches you that you can achieve much more and succeed against the world.
We prove to ourselves that our bodies are strong, our minds are powerful, and we're capable of more than we know. That we can do anything if we build on belief, one step at a time, just like we do with this run.
Services Limited and would like to take you through certain key points regarding the participation at this meeting. The facility for joining the AGM through video conference, other audio visual means is made available for members. All members who have joined this meeting are by default placed on mute to avoid disturbance arising from any background noise and to ensure smooth and seamless conduct of the meeting. Once the question and answer session starts, the names of the shareholders who have registered as speaker shareholders will be announced one by one. Speaker shareholders will be connected in the audio-video mute mode. Once your name is announced, you will be sent a request to unmute your microphone. Kindly unmute your microphone, switch on your camera and speak. If you are not able to switch to video mode for any reason, please use the audio mode only. To ensure greater clarity and to minimize background noise, we recommend that you use headphones or earphones with a microphone. For a better video experience, please ensure proper lighting at your venue. Kindly ensure that your Wi-Fi is not connected to any devices and no other applications are running on the device. If it is observed that there is a connectivity problem at the speaker shareholder's end, we would ask the next speaker to join. If connectivity improves, we will call those shareholders who had connectivity issues earlier to try again once the other shareholders who have registered complete their turn. Kindly restrict your queries or comments to 3 minutes to allow maximum participation of the shareholders. For shareholders other than speaker shareholders, a Communicate tab is available on the left corner of the screen that you're using for the AGM. You can post your comments or queries by clicking on this tab. During the AGM, if any shareholder other than speaker shareholder faces any technical issues, please contact the helpline number mentioned in the notice of the AGM or refer to the FAQs available on the NSDL website. If at any time during the AGM you lose connectivity, do check your internet connection and log in once again using the same process. Thank you. I hand over to the chairman.
Good afternoon, shareholders. I would like to welcome all of you to the 27th Annual General Meeting of the company. As the requisite quorum is present, I now call the meeting to order. Joining the meeting with me here are RajeshGopinathan, CEO and Managing Director, Samir Saksaria, Chief Financial Officer, and Pradeep Gaitonde, the Company Secretary. I now call all the other directors who are on the video conference to introduce themselves. Let me start with requesting Mr. O.P. Bhatt.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Om Prakash Bhatt, Independent Director on this company's board since April 2012. I also chair the Nomination and Remuneration Committee. I am attending this annual general meeting by video from my residence in Mumbai. I hope you and your family members are healthy and doing well. Thank you. Take care.
Dr. Pradeep Kumar Khosla.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Pradeep Kumar Khosla. I'm attending this meeting from my office in San Diego. I'm an independent director on the company's board since January 2018. I also chair the Stakeholders Relationship Committee. And thank you, everybody, and hope you're all doing well. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hanne Sorensen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hanne Sørensen, and I've been an independent director on the board of the TCS since 2018. I'm joining this annual general meeting from my residence in Copenhagen, Denmark, and I hope that you and your families are all well and in good health. Thank you.
Keki Mistry.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Keki Mistry, Independent Director on the board of TCS since December 2018. I chair the Audit and Risk Management Committees. I'm attending this annual general meeting from my office to video conference. Thank you very much.
Mr. Don Callahan.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. I am Don Callahan, Independent Director of the company's board since January of 2019. I am attending this annual general meeting from my residence in New York City, United States. I am hope you and your families are all feeling well. Take care.
Arti Subramaniam.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Arti Subramanian, Director on the company's board since August 2017. I'm attending this annual general meeting from my office on video conference. I hope you and your families are doing well. Take care. Thank you.
N. Ganapati Subramaniam.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. I am N.G. Subramaniam, Chief Operating Officer and Executive Director on your company's board since February 2017. I am attending this annual general meeting FY 2022 from my offices by video conference. I hope you and your family members are doing well. Take care. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. In addition, we also have other senior executives of the company joining this meeting through video conference from their respective locations. Now I want to thank all the members today who are joining this meeting. This annual general meeting is being held through video conference in accordance with the circulars issued by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. A live streaming of this meeting is also being webcast on NSDL's website. The company has taken the requisite steps to enable members to participate and vote on the items being considered on the AGM. The registers as required under the Companies Act 2013 are open for inspection. Since the notice is already circulated duly to the members, I take the notice convening the meeting as read. Now let me share a few thoughts about the environment and the company before I take questions from the shareholders. At the start of this calendar year, the world economic situation looked rather very promising, with an anticipation of a high growth, high inflation environment. The conflict and the crisis that has come out of the Russia-Ukraine situation has imparted a stagflationary impulse. This is going to dent the global growth and at the same time further increase the inflation. We are also currently facing a number of supply chain shocks from higher oil prices, gas, and semiconductor shortages, to name a few. As a result, many of the macroeconomic factors are rather looking a bit difficult, so we are likely to face globally a low growth, high inflation environment. The global GDP is expected to grow at a slower pace than anticipated, about 3.4% in 2022, which is almost a 100 bips drop from a earlier projection. Global inflation, meanwhile, is expected to climb to above 7%. In this context, India becomes very, very important market, and India will be, in all likelihood, the fastest growing major economy at an estimated 7.8%. The last couple of years, the world has seen a number of disruptions: a global pandemic, military conflict, growing inequality, supply chain shortages, and more. Almost a decade worth of experience packed in a couple of years. Businesses across the board have had to cope with this unprecedented set of events with speed, agility, and resilience. While these changes have had serious impact on businesses and communities, these have also opened up new avenues of growth and created certain specific trends for the future. I would like to call out 4 specific trends. The first one being a digital transition, a world that is totally determined and accelerated by artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data analytics. Second, an energy transition, which is an irreversible move towards a green economy. Third, a supply chain transition, where the supply chain will get rebalanced for resilience, and there is an India Plus opportunity that is emerging. And fourth, a talent transition, coming age of the talent cloud, a diverse, inclusive, a global talent pool that can be accessed remotely by businesses around the world. All these trends have implications for all businesses, and from your company's perspective, it provides an enormous opportunity. First, let me talk a little bit about digital. Over the last decade, digital technologies have been rapidly transforming every industry. However, the pandemic has further accelerated this move, and forever it has changed the course towards the adoption of technology by businesses, governments, and communities. Advances in AI, cloud, and data have raced forward. In future, every business will be a data and AI business. No industry will escape this revolution. Companies who leverage these technological shifts very well and position themselves for the future will distinctly differentiate themselves from the rest of the pack. With the significant organizational investments in digital that has been made over the years and the kind of talent that has been developed in the company, your company is a very crucial and valuable partner for all customers around the globe to make this transition. Second, energy transition. As companies think about how to make the energy transition towards a more sustainable future, a net zero target, focus on new technologies and innovation will be key. Areas such as renewable energy, battery storage, carbon capture, decarbonization through other means including hydrogen, electronic waste management, biodiversity, etc. are already generating numerous opportunities, and there is a role for AI and IoT to get tightly integrated in the way this transition is happening, because most of the businesses are making this transition from a legacy investment that have been made over several decades, and your company again has invested a number of offerings towards sustainability and will be a valuable partner for the customer base globally in helping them achieve this transition and achieve their net zero or a positive objective. The third is supply chain. Going forward, supply chains of all organizations and countries will have to be redesigned. In a manner of speaking, it is already happening, and our customer base is looking at alternative mechanisms to create redundancy and resilience in their supply chain sourcing. And it is being designed, again, not only for efficiency and resilience, it is also being designed with the latest technologies and leveraging IoT, AI, and rest of the technologies. In addition, advanced manufacturing technologies such as 3D printing and robotics are transforming the very nature of manufacturing. This is another area in which your company has made significant investments over the years and is positioned to be a valuable partner of choice to help the companies make this transition. And fourth, talent transition. Focus on talent is going to be most critical for the future, because AI, critical thinking, agility, agile way of working, data analytics are all new age skills, and global pools of talent are becoming available for helping companies to make this transition. Your company's investment over the years and continuous focus in building this capability across the workforce in India and abroad is positioning as a talent partner in helping this huge transition. And the company has also developed a huge amount of domain expertise, contextual knowledge, and frameworks for advisory services in making a huge amount of transformative initiatives possible in our client base. So in all the four dimensions which the world is going to witness, a digital transition, a sustainability transition, a supply chain transition, and a talent transition, your company is extremely well positioned to help the customers globally to successfully proceed towards the new economy. Now I want to share a few thoughts about the company's performance. On the business front, the company had a satisfactory year of strong and profitable growth. In rupee terms, in the financial year 2021-22, the company's consolidated revenue was 1,91,754 crore rupees, which is growth of 16.8% in rupee terms and 15.4% in constant currency terms. In USD terms, your company crossed a milestone of $25 billion in revenues, experienced a growth of 15.9%, adding incremental revenues of $3.5 billion. This growth came with an industry-leading operating margin of 25.3% and a free cash flow of 36,985 crore rupees. The earnings per share was 103.62 paise, growing 16.1% over the prior year. In line with the practice of returning 80 to 100% of free cash flows to shareholders, and based on company's performance, the directors have recommended a final dividend of rupees 22 per equity shares, bringing the total dividend payout for the year to 43 rupees per equity share, including 3 interim dividends of total 21 per equity share. Additionally, the company completed its 4th successful share buyback in 5 years to the tune of 18,000 crore rupees at 4,500 rupees per share through the tender offer route using stock exchange mechanism, extinguishing 4 crore equity shares representing 1.08% of the total paid up equity share capital. This translates a total of 38,010 crore rupees in dividend and buyback, including buyback tax of 4,192 crore rupees, resulting in a payout of 102.8% of the free cash flow of the company. On the employee front, our employee strength grew to 5,92,195 with a record net addition of 1,03,546 employees. While the company continues to enjoy the best retention rates in industry, the attrition last year was very high by its own standards, and it is a matter of concern which the company is trying to address by taking suitable measures. The workforce remains highly diverse with over 153 nationalities represented. The company crossed yet another important milestone with the number of women in the workforce crossing 2 lakh employees. The company is also making progress in improving gender diversity in the senior management roles. On the community front, the company works closely with the communities to create equitable, inclusive pathways for all, especially women, youth, and marginalized groups. The primary focus areas are education, skilling, employment, and entrepreneurship. Additionally, the company invests in basic health and wellness, water sanitation, hygiene, conservation, and disaster relief effort. The company also supported its employees and their families in dealing with the pandemic, including organizing what was perhaps one of the largest vaccination drives in corporate India for employees, their families, and the extended ecosystem of partners and other Tata Group companies. In closing, I would like to say that as we look forward to the future, there are excellent opportunities that is ahead of us. Your company is poised well to take a leadership role in partnering with all stakeholders across multiple fronts. With customers, there is a significant potential to help them make the transition across digital, sustainability, and supply chain. The company can be the talent partner of choice for all our client base from advisory as well as transformation agendas. And the company is committed to work closely with the communities to make an impact in making a sustainable world. And finally, I remain committed personally to the employees of the company who have delivered yet another year and who day in and day out work towards making their customers happy. And finally, I would like to thank all of you shareholders for your unstinted support from the very beginning since we went IPO in 2004. And I would like to count on your continued support, and I remain extremely grateful for this support. Thank you very much. Now over to RajeshGopinathan.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, dear shareholders. I'll take the next 15-20 minutes to give you a quick overview of the performance of the company, drilling down a few more details into what the chairman has shared. FY22 has been a very satisfying year for the company, and if you look at performance across all parameters, we had revenue growth of 16.8% in rupee terms for a revenue of 1,91,754 crores. And we also crossed an important milestone this year, crossing $25 billion in annual revenue, closing the year at $25.7 billion. It was also our highest incremental revenue growth in a year, clocking in at $3.5 billion. Importantly, this revenue growth has come while we have sustained industry-leading profitability with an operating margin of 25.3% and a net margin of 20%. As the chairman said, the shareholder distribution has been almost 100% of our free cash flow at 99.2% of net profit and slightly more than 100% on the free cash flow side, with a total distribution of 38,000 crores in dividends and buybacks during the course of the year. In terms of our workforce, we ended the year with 598,000 associates, forming one of the largest pools of engineering talent anywhere in the world. We are also happy to share that during the course of the year, your company added more than 100,000 associates into this global talent pool. From a diversity perspective also, we have now more than 200,000 women employees and have employees from across 153 nationalities with us. On climate, I shall drill down a little bit more during the course of the presentation, but we have had a 66% reduction in our scope 1 and 2 emissions against a base year of 2016 and a 6x increase in our total use of renewable energy. And finally, in terms of giving back to society, the company's CSR programs have now impacted and benefited more than 1.7 million people globally, and your company's employees have contributed more than 700,000 hours in volunteering efforts. Over the last 5 years, the revenue growth has been steady with a compounded annual growth rate of more than 10% and with a resilient industry-leading profit with operating profits of between 24.8 to slightly more than 25 and an average of slightly more than 25%. Our approach towards shareholder-friendly capital allocation has resulted in us returning 90.5% of total cash generated during the course of this year. And this distribution, we have chosen multiple streams to do it, whether it be dividends, special dividends, or buybacks, as described below in this presentation. On an average, we have distributed more than 100% of net profit in these 5 years. Coming to the most important pillar on which the success of the company is built, I'm happy to share that our approach to customer centricity, which has been the beacon for the company's performance at all points in time, continues to remain strong. We have more than 1,200 customers who contribute more than $1 million in revenue for us. And if you look at customer bands or customer numbers across different revenue bands, we have continuously added to this client franchise, which is the bedrock of our success. Today, we have 58 customers for whom we generate more than $100 million in annual revenue, and 268 customers for whom we generate more than $20 million in annual revenue. The ability to stay relevant to our customers and continuously increase our value to them has resulted in us increasing our revenue per customer from $19.6 million in FY17 to $21.7 million in FY22. Not just in terms of revenue, but in terms of actual value added, we continue to retain our number one status in terms of customer satisfaction across all our markets. FY22 also saw us enjoy a very strong deal wins, with total contracts signed during the year of $34.6 billion, which is 1.3 times of the total revenue of the year, laying a strong foundation for future growth. This demand is coming across multiple areas, like the chairman mentioned in terms of the key drivers in the world. But on a more micro level, when we look at it on demand, there are three areas that we could call out. One is the growth and transformation agenda of our customers across the themes that chairman mentioned, including areas like mergers and acquisitions leading to business model changes, product innovations, customer experience transformation, etc. Cloud and the migration to cloud as a common boundaryless infrastructure layer continues to be a big driver for technology spending globally, and we are very strongly focused on it, and we believe that this will continue into the near future to be a major driver of technology transformation globally. And finally, our core offering of outsourcing and both technology and business operations continues to stay relevant to our customer base as they seek both efficiency as well as to free up resources to focus on their transformation agendas and look for global scale and global talent to be able to deliver on their growth aspirations. Coming back to the growth and transformation agenda, we have been sharing with you many stories and individual examples of how this plays out in our customer universe. We have shared that across the last few years in our annual reports, including this year's. And if you look at each of these stories, you will see that there is a focus not just on what your company is doing for the customer, but also in the terms of how we are actually working together with them on their innovation and transformation agenda. This example that is highlighted here is from one of our insurance customers in Europe called BOMG, where the member of the board is commending TCS for its focus on innovation, its co-innovation framework, and its agile ways of working, which has resulted in them being able to significantly accelerate their transformation agenda. Our success is built on the bedrock of our talent. And as I shared, we are very happy that we were able to increase our total associate count by more than 100,000 this year, coming to 592,000 associates at the end of the year, with a very diverse both gender and nationality mix. We are also happy that our number of women associates in senior roles has increased by 84% over the last 5 years, climbing from 11.7% to 13.3%. We are investing significantly in learning and skilling and reskilling our workforce to stay relevant to both where the emerging opportunities are and as well as to power our growth and transformation agenda. Our focus on training shows up in the fact that more than 60 million learning hours were clocked by TCSers during the course of last year. And more than 170,000 TCSers actually increased their competency level to a mid or senior level across different areas of both technology as well as business. Our focus on learning and skilling has been recognized globally with multiple awards, including LinkedIn acknowledging us as the best culture of learning, to the Stevie Awards for Great Employers and the Golden Bridge Award for Business and Innovation. Innovation has been a key theme driving this growth agenda for your company, and we are significantly investing and continuing to invest into this. During the course of last year, we have spent 2,242 crores in research and innovation activities, which represents 1.2% of our annual revenue. Our team of researchers, inventors, and innovators is now more than 6,500, and among them, we have totally filed more than 6,500 patents and have been granted close to 2,300 patents. Our innovation agenda cuts across multiple dimensions, whether it be in terms of what we call the TCS spaceports, which are co-collaboration labs that we have set up globally. We have 5 of them active in cities ranging from Tokyo, Amsterdam, New York, Pittsburgh, Toronto, and we have another 4 in the pipeline as we seek to bring our customers and our co-innovation network closer together in being able to cultivate this spirit of innovation. So we are also conducting multiple forums where more than 1,300 of our customers have joined us in what we call innovation forums, which we do across 4 locations globally every year. And we also conduct the world's largest student programming contest called TCS Code Vita, which has recently been granted the been recognized by the Guinness Book of World Records as the world's largest computer programming competition for school children. In terms of our commitment to the progress towards net zero, as you are aware, your company had committed and taken a target of getting to net zero by 2030. I am happy to report that we are well on our way, and we had set our immediate near-term milestone as getting to 70% reduction in scope 1 and 2 emissions by 2025. We have achieved 66% reduction as of this year, so we should be comfortably able to achieve that near-term milestone and actually improve it as we look forward. Overall, our focus on renewable energy has resulted in us increasing our total consumption in renewable energy by 6x, and also has resulted in our current, for the year we did about 35% in renewable energy, and today our run rate is at about 60% of our energy consumption comes from renewable sources. Not just are we focusing on sustainability from a TCS consumption perspective, but we are also looking at the overall opportunity that this energy transition and the global focus on sustainability affords us. We have developed a full suite of offerings across the entire spectrum of these areas of interest, ranging from climate change, where our solutions like the TCS Clever Energy, which was perfected for us for internal use, and it's an IoT-based energy management system that is currently live across all TCS locations in India, and that has now been externalized and is being adopted by many customers globally. Going on to human capital workforce circularity, where again our solutions like TCS EnviroZone is being adopted by leading manufacturers, CPG firms, furniture manufacturers, and multiple industries, where they're using the solution to identify the instance of plastic and other hazardous materials in their supply chain and designing it to create strategies for reduction of these materials across their products and their entire supply chain. Going on to supply chain, similarly impact innovation and compliance reporting and governance, and over 100 such offerings across the full gamut. This, as the chairman said, represents a significant opportunity for the company to use both its knowledge of the processes and systems in place in our customer environments, and to marry that with our focus on data to be able to provide solutions that many clients are looking for. A focus on CSR, we have multiple touch points across which we try to impact the communities that we work and live in, including adult literacy program, which has now touches more than 7,000 people. Bridge IT, and a very interesting concept where we're using technology to offer livelihood to entrepreneurs across multiple states in India. Youth employment programs, our focus on Jal Jeevan mission by the Government of India, where we are focusing on improving access to drinking water for the marginal and socially challenged parts of the country. And finally, focus on introducing computational thinking and overall awareness on digital to school children across a wide spectrum through our program called Go IT and ignite my future in schools. Our collective efforts are translating to a greater focus on our brand, and that is getting acknowledged across all the forums where we participate in. Our investments into sports sponsorships, where our flagship program on marathon sponsorships covers almost all major cities in the world, and on to our increasing focus on branding our services and offerings and showcasing them has resulted in our total brand value crossing $16 billion. I'm happy to share that your company now is the second most valuable brand in technology services globally and is now routinely ranked among the top brands globally by reputed firms like Kantar Brands and by the Brand Index. During the course of this year, we unveiled yet another dimension in the way we manage our company and an operating model. We have aligned our operating model to the customer journey through TCS, focusing on the process of acquiring the customer to the early stage of incubating that relationship on towards the growth stage where we focus on gaining strategic size with the customer, and on to the business transformation side where we use our position as a trusted strategic partner to be able to drive their transformation journeys. Finally, I want to leave you with our brand anthem, where we say that every business is born out of belief. The belief that you can make an impact, that you have an idea that matters. At TCS, we don't just help businesses transform through technology, we help them make a meaningful difference to connect their aspiration to reality. At TCS, we instill trust into business and hope into enterprise. We are building on belief. I'm sure this brand anthem resonates very strongly with the values of the company and many of what you hold dear. Thank you all for your continued support and encouragement, and I will hand it back to the chairman now.
Now I request the company secretary to explain the process of e-voting on the resolutions.
Thank you, Chairman. The Companies Act 2013 and SEBI listing regulations provide for electronic voting. Accordingly, the company has provided its members the facility to cast their vote through the remote electronic voting system administered by NSDL. Facility for voting at the meeting is also provided for members present here and who have not yet voted. Members, while watching the proceedings of the meeting, may cast their vote on the NSDL e-voting website by using the login methods detailed in note number 18A of the AGM notice at page number 53. The facility for voting shall also be made available for 15 minutes after the conclusion of this meeting. Mr. P.N. Parikh, Practicing Company Secretary, has been appointed as scrutinizer to scrutinize the e-voting process in a fair and transparent manner. Since the AGM is being held through video conference or other audio-visual means, and the resolutions mentioned in the notice convening this AGM have already been put to vote through remote e-voting, there will not be any proposing or seconding of these resolutions. Thank you. I'll hand it over back to the chairman, please.
Now I would like to take questions from the shareholders or any observations they want to make. I will call all the shareholders to restrict their comments to be brief. And let me start with Dr. Arun Kumar Bopanna.
Dear shareholder, when your name is announced, kindly unmute your microphone, switch your camera on and speak. Our first speaker, Dr. Arun Kumar Bopanna.
Hello, can you see me? Hello?
Yes, sir. We can see you. We can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. First, thanks to Pradeep, Dipankar, and Radhika for making this possible. Chairman, sir, I'm very happy with the Padma Bhushan bestowed on you, and compliments for acquiring Air India. The Maharaja's blood is not blue. He was the royal mascot for 56 years the world over, thanks to JRD Tata. It touched many lives. I wish you turn around as soon as possible. Currently, I'm flying Vistara every week. I wanted to present flowers to you, Chairman Sir, for this video conference. I'm very unhappy. It is like, why this Kolavaredi? You are from Tamil Nadu, you understand why this Kolavaredi better. My questions. See, after 22 years, the IT Act is being replaced by Digital India Act. And in 22 years is like 4 to 5 centuries in the digital and infotech world. Your comments, sir. Can India have 50 big tech companies with a turnover of 5,000 crores in the next 3 to 5 years, as wished by the Ministry of State and my friend Rajiv Chandrasekaran? Your comments on that. He has set a target of achieving USD 400 billion exports by March 2023. Is it achievable? What is the TCS pie? Sir, you're giving time, or you want me to restrict to your 3 minutes?
3
Chairman,
minutes,
sir?
Preferably 3 minutes, sir.
So,
Yeah,
and what are
I
the
mean,
prospects?
be quick, boss.
Yeah, what are the prospects to increase jobs? Because there's a great reshuffle in India, and people are seeking better compensation and better working conditions. And how are you dealing with anxiety, imposter feeling after 2 years of remote working? People are suffering with doubts on the skills, etc. What is TCS action? Sir, will IT make recordings of evidence official? It can address certain issues for simpler disposal of court cases, bridge the digital divide in country for litigants and lawyers. Baby steps of IT will make justice speedy and transparent. All of us will be happy. Sir, TCS has done path-breaking work in Passport Seva program. Can we do this in the airport security checks? Sir, the worrying thing is cyber crimes. IT has made life easy for us in many ways. IT gives cyber criminals to take away all the benefits. They are faceless, anonymous, can loot from remote. They always stay ahead of investigating agencies. They are aware of weak laws, poor conviction rate. They are products of poverty and unemployment. Lack of action for quick convictions, lack of bandwidth to investigate. How can we cut down on crime, sir? Chairman, sir, this is IT is like we dig gold, we find gold, we dig gold, we melt, we make ornaments. Then we are afraid of thieves and we hire security guards and we fear security guards will kill us. Cyber crimes are a fear for all of us, sir. Sir, in conclusion, with the war in Ukraine and the IT world making a world very small, will there be father from one country, mother from different country, born in a different country to grow, study and live in a different country, marry in different country, be a global citizen? Will that reduce the wars? Finally, sir, in conclusion, TCS should always be right using its might. TCS should never be dogmatic. The results should always be dramatic. TCS should aim to give peace, remaining a masterpiece. I wish you all the best. I hope to see you next week when I'm back to Mumbai, sir. I'm currently in Taj Yeshwantpur, Bangalore, stuck up here. Thank you very much, Chairman, sir. All the best.
Thank you, Arun. Mr. Gautam Tiwari.
Sir, can you listen me, sir?
Yes, I can.
And you can see me also, no, sir?
I can see you also.
Oh, so nice to see you, sir. First of all, I'm very happy to see you and meet you, though by virtual meeting in this connection for the first time this year. I congratulate you for various awards that you are getting, and we are reading day by day the progress of your personal and professional both ways, sir, and we are extremely happy to have here, and we are extremely proud of you being here with us. So very, very good evening to all our eminent and very well dignified board of directors, including our honorable chairman, sir, our TCS team, and fellow shareholders. My name is Gautam Tiwari and I'm participating at this AGM from Mumbai as usual. Sir, sir, many of my questions have been already answered. In fact, when I was listening to your introductory speech and even from Mr. Rajesh Gopinathan, when I was listening it very carefully, and I'm happy for the progress and the tremendous work that TCS has done international level also and domestic level during the year under consideration. Sir, I'm very happy that our company has worked very hard in identifying the areas and projects for CSR activities and which are beneficial to the public at large in various fields like education, skill and all other departments. Many thanks to the concerned department for this. Sir, I would like to especially thank our MD, CEO, CFO, CS and full secretarial and finance team along with the entire management including all staff and employees for their classic and their outstanding performance during their under consideration. Sir, I would also like to thank the management for paying rupees 22, that is 220% dividend. And sir, the company's strong position and your confidence is already expressed while doing the buyback for at the rate of rupees 3,000 last year and this year at the rate of 4,500 rupees, which speaks quite a long, quite a big about the volumes of growth that the company has achieved along with your in your leadership. So, sir, I thank our secretarial and finance team for drafting very meticulously the balance sheet and the notice and dispatching the same well in advance also for their excellent investor care investor service, sir. And also I thank our NSDL and Zoom and Webex and Chorus technical team for their unique cooperation and individual attention to each and every shareholder speaker so as to attend the meetings very much smoothly and for their excellent investor service. I thank the management for choosing such diamond-like personalities. So very few queries which I have got. I'll be glad if you can answer them now or even afterwards. Sir, how many shares and dividends have been transferred to IEPF and Investor Protection Fund during the year under consideration? Unclaimed dividend, I mean. Sir, how much temporary casual workers and permanent workers do we have on our boards this time? Sir, our attrition rate, I had read meantime that it was increasing. Now, is it under control and any efforts that we have been taking to minimize the same? Sir, what is our male-female ratio of our staff employees, especially the permanent level, and how many physically handicapped people, employees we have got on board? Sir, what is the impact of, very important sir, how much is the decline and the impact of Russia and Ukraine war and high chemical, high gas oil and these diesel oil prices on our business during the year under consideration? Sir, TCS has always taken care of the small shareholders and multiplied their wealth year on year from IPO time of 2004 at 850 rupees each and every year. You have multiplied the wealth of our shareholders, for which we are very much grateful and thankful to you. So we have got the eminent directors like Mr. O.P. Bhatt, Rajesh Gopinathan, CEO, CFO, KK Mistry, and under your leadership we are doing the maximum to this year. Sir, lastly, I'm a shareholder of your company from day one, and that is from IPO time. In all your companies also, we will be seeing you later also. And we have got total trust. Our full family has got total trust, confidence and faith in the management. And I support very strongly the appointment and reappointments and all the resolutions for today's agenda, and have already voted in favor of them all. And I wish you all a very bright future, a very long, supporting, safe, happy, prosperous life with a bright and shiny future in the days to come. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Vande Bharat, Jai Maharashtra. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you.
Thank you. Mr. Hiranand Kotwani.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Are you audible?
Yes, good afternoon.
It's a great pleasure to join you. Pride and pleasure. Namaste to all, because some area our attendance are there is no afternoon. Coming to the point, rather Sankophony. Sir, gentlemen, our notice approval of existing material related transaction. Will you clarify this? What type of this transaction took place in our organization? with our Tata Sons and other companies? What type of these transactions? How much amount we are doing? Because this our organization is rich. Are they helping other organization? What is your call? Please explain. Second thing, I read your from balance sheet some word transfer of special economic zone to reinvestment reserve. Please explain this also. And certainly I congratulate for your 16 billion brand. There is little room to criticize because our organization done well, very good. But one thing I want to know from you, what type of, how many sexual harassment cases are reported in our organization globally and how you are dealt with. Any case outside our organization gone to the court. Lastly, just I want to conclude. Page number 85, gentlemen, detailed remuneration for the year end 31st 22. You are not taking commission, thanks. But some other commission, 250 lakhs, all are 250. What is this? You will explain what type of commission we give to this director, K.K. Mistry and other, Mr. O.P. Bhatt. And sitting fee, I understand the director attending the sitting fee. Will you elaborate on what type of commission we give to the director? Lastly, auditor remuneration. We give the remuneration to the auditor. We pass the resolution, result number 2nd, for the 5 years. Total amount of auditor we paid regularly, yearly, quarterly. What about the internal auditor or external auditors? And globally, how we give the payment? Are we are outsourcing others also, or all work is done in India? Will you elaborate this also? Thank you and good luck ahead.
Ms. Alka Karnani.
Hello.
Ma'am.
Yes. Very good afternoon, respected Chairman, sir, and members on the board. I am Alka Karnani, a proud shareholder of the company and a member of Millennium Man's Kolkata chapter. Sir, I have 2 questions. First, with the inflation-led pricing pressures and liquidity crunch, companies are likely to delay or curtail the technology spends. How much of an impact do you see on our company? Second, the attrition rate at TCS is lowest compared to the peers. Congratulations for that, sir. Can you please share with us the reasons for the attrition? Sir, Millennium Man's advice to Tatas would be to provide more residential amenities and innovative perks to reduce attrition. Thank you.
Mr. Manoj Kumar Gupta.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Manoj.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
I'm very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, respected Chairman, Board of Directors, fellow shareholders. Myself, Manoj Gupta, I am equity shareholder of TCS. I have joined this meeting from Calcutta, my residence. Sir, first of all, I congratulate you on the honor by the Government of India with 2nd highest civilian award, Padma Bhushan. And sir, I congratulate you as a shareholder of all Tata Group companies for acquisition of Air India, which was a dream of our Chairman Emeritus, Mr. Ratan Tata, to acquire after 60 years, that we have succeeded to acquire that. And I again congratulate you to acquire Neelachal Ispat Nigam Limited under the umbrella of Tata's. Now, I thanks to MD and CEO for the excellent result of the company and company secretary and his team for support us to join this meeting through VC. Because I find in Tata's that they keep in touch with the shareholders after get mail from the shareholders for his speaker registration. So it's a good tradition, sir. And sir, I thanks to management for their successive buyback, a big buyback of shares of the company and good dividend in this in this current situation of the economy. You have paid the 43 rupees dividend per equity share. So it's a good thing. And sir, what impact will come on the IT companies through war between Russia and Ukraine. So what impact has come and what impact you expect, that how you will face that challenge? And sir, have you any plan to launch new states, new campus for the young generations in the country, in the northeast part of the country like Assam? Tripura is growing fastly after becoming the NDA government there. Now pupils of Assam and Arunachal, Nagaland want to be a pass IT and join some IT companies. So have you any plan to launch some new campus in that region, sir? And sir, digital motivation by the government and the private sector. So how you see the future of digitalization? Because our beloved Prime Minister always focus on digital. So what is your view in that regard? In your opening remarks, you have touched some views about the digitalization. And what's your future prospection about the digitalization of the things? And TCS should develop a software to help IRCTC for passengers train ticket reservation, like as passport. Government has given you passport the charge, so you should develop another software which can help the IRCTC to help the people to get reservation at earliest. And whether you have any tried to beat in income tax software system newly doing by Infosys. And I thank for your CSR, because if I will say anything on CSR, that's it, like as Suraj ko Deepak dikhana. And sir, last but least, how many investors recorded as attendance? And sir, it's our pleasure to invite you to visit this city of joy. You should come to Calcutta. Every year you are assuring us in the AGM that I will come. So again, I request you spare some time to visit this city of joy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Manoj. Radha Saraf.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Radha Saraf, a member of Millennium Banks, Mumbai chapter, and also a proud shareholder. Padma Bhushan Chandrasekaran, many congratulations, sir. We would love to come to Bombay House and congratulate you in person. Do consider our request. Congratulations again, sir. TCS has a problem of plenty. Instead of distributing dividend to our shareholders, it is a humble suggestion that it should be accumulated instead, and we should have money in the war chest for a takeover like Elon Musk for Twitter. So my second question is, work from home is a new culture. You have mentioned 25% of employees will only work from office by 2025. Currently, employee cost is almost 56% in the P&L. So since offices are leased, will this majorly reduce the salary and admin cost? So please elaborate on this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Ashok Subramaniam.
Mr. Ashok Subramaniam is not logged in, neither is Mr. H.S. Patel. We could move on to the next speaker.
Kaushik Shauka.
Good afternoon, sir. I hope I'm audible, sir. I'm audible? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. First off, I would like to thank Board of Directors for giving me opportunity to speak in this forum. Many of you would remember me from the conversation we had in past. So I will keep both my ask and introduction a brief. I hope I'm audible.
You are, yes, you are.
Yeah. Myself, Kaushik Shaukar, a qualified chartered accountant from Mumbai. I have been suffering from dystonia, which has rendered 55% of my body paralyzed, impacting my right hand, my right leg, and a speech. While I have not let that come in my way of becoming a chartered accountant and practicing, I do request your support in helping me continue to be self-reliant. I hope I'm clearly audible till now. Hello?
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah. Yeah, I was optimistic after our conversation we had last year about me working for our organization on certification work, including Form 15CB. However, nothing has progressed since. While I understand things may not have progressed due to pandemic situation last year, I do hope that after our conversation today, our organization will start engaging me in this area as soon as possible. Once again, thank you for giving me opportunity to speak today, and I hope to see a positive feedback with my ask. I support all the resolution. Also, request you to please provide the reply for my ask. Lastly, as company is witnessing a slowdown in spending from USA and other foreign companies where company operates or is likely decline in near future. Thank you once more. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. SP?
Chairman, sir, can you see me and hear me?
Yes, I can.
Sir, at the outset, I congratulate the management on excellent results. And I welcome Mr. Samir Seksaria as our new CFO and also Mr. Pradeep Manohar Gaitonde as the new company secretary. I hope Mr. Gaitonde is as shareholder friendly as Mr. Rajendra Molkar. So then coming to why you are not holding a shareholders meeting in physical form. So when the companies like LIC can hold the meeting pre-IPO meet physically, why not TCS? You should think over it because that will give a chance for the shareholders to meet everybody. So then coming to a thing, so why you transferred 1,500 crore to PM Cares Fund? Our Tata Trust could have done a better job rather than the PM Cares Fund. So then do not take any contracts of government like what Infosys burned their fingers in this Aadhaar and also in the income tax portals. So revenue was almost 2 lakh crore this year. When can we expect rupees 3 lakh crore? The moderator should say the speaker number. So in dividend, I would like you to control the dividend and instead go for some acquisitions. So why Tata Group cannot have a share transfer agent like earlier Indian hotels we had, and even Tata Central Share Department was there. With so many companies, it's very difficult for the RTS to deal with the shareholders, and there is no service given by the RTS. If you see on page 94, rupees 6.28 crore was transferred as unclaimed dividend. The RTS just send the letter and then they keep on harassing the shareholders when they try to claim the dividends. So please ensure that please ensure that you do the own thing. You have your own RTA agent. Because I am also having a similar problem when I try to claim unclaimed dividends. So thank you and all the best for the future.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Santosh Kumar Saraf.
आदरणीय सभापति जी, उपस्थित सदस्यगण और मेरे शेयर होल्डर भाइयों बहनों जो आज हम वीडियो को प्रेजेंट है, मैं संतोष कुमार साहब कलकत्ता से बोल रहा हूँ। सर्वप्रथम आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। आशा करता हूँ आप हमारे जितने भी डायरेक्टर हैं, जितने भी अधिकारीगण हैं और जितने भी शेयर होल्डर वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस में प्रेजेंट हैं, ये सब अच्छे और स्वास्थ्य होंगे सर। और चंद्रशेखर जी की जो मैं आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामना देता हूँ सर, पद्म भूषण प्राप्त करने के लिए। ये आपकी कार्य क्षमता का और देश की सेवा का एक अच्छा उदाहरण है सर। एक साइड कंपनी के मैनेजमेंट को और आपको भी दिला देता हूँ कि आपने 4300% डिविडेंड जो दिया है 40% का, ये काफी अच्छा दिया है सर। और सर कंपनी का जो हाईलाइट्स के बारे में आपने इतना बताया कि मेरे पास कोई प्रश्न तो इस बार है नहीं है, लेकिन मैं इतना जानना चाहूंगा सर, अपनी कंपनी फ्यूचर में कोई नई कंपनी एक्वायर करने की प्लानिंग कर रही है तो बताने का करिएगा सर। और ये वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस मीटिंग काफी अच्छी सर, और इसी तरह कंफ्यूज रहेंगे तो मैं कलकत्ते से, मनोज भी कलकत्ते से, आदि शेयर होल्डर भी अपनी ज्वाइन कर सकेंगे सर। ज्यादा समय न लेते हुए मैं अपना वक्तव्य समाप्त करता हूँ, और आप जितने डायरेक्टर, आपकी फैमिली और जितने भी अधिकारी हैं उनकी फैमिली की शुभकामना करता हूँ, और भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ भगवान 2022 का 21-22 का सभी के लिए वेल्दी, हेल्थी, सेफ्टी और के साथ व्यतीत हो। जय हिंद, जय भारत, नमस्कार एक बार।
Thank you. Hema Gupta.
A very good afternoon, sir. I'm Hema Gupta, a member of Millennium MAM, Mumbai chapter, and a proud shareholder of TCS. My question to you is, sir, India is only 5% of the TCS global revenue. Keeping in mind our PM Modi ji's vision of making India a 5 trillion economy by 2027, how is TCS changing the geographical revenue ratio more in India's favor? What, if any, are the constraints to TCS exponential growth? My another question is, Mr. Vishnu Dhanuka, our mentor, asked you whether you will be a disruptor or will be disrupted. You said both. Congratulations for continuously disrupting. Please elaborate on how TCS is doing the disruptive innovations in DNA computing and cognitive robotics. Thank you, sir.
Tamalda.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chandra Sahab, Gopinathan Sahab, Bhatt Sahab, Mistry Sahab, and other directors of the company. Nice to see all of you with good health and spirit. Myself, Tamal Kumar Mazumdar, an equity shareholder from Kolkata. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Gopinathan, for sharing your thoughts with us. Sir, my special thanks to our company, new company secretary, Mr. Gaitanbe, for sending the link for joining the meeting. All the best to him. Our old friend, Rajendra Mohalkar, retired from service during 2022. So, though a bit of introvert, Rajendra is one of the best company secretaries of our time. True to his spirit of the group, he advocated for listening to shareholders for value addition. We all wish him good health and spirit in the coming years. During 2022, TCS declared excellent results, completing another buyback of shares, and also announced good dividend for its shareholders under your leadership. So our heartfelt gratitude to you and your dedicated team for such all-round success during the years. Yeah, I have gone through the annual report as well as reports of subsidiaries for financial year 22 and have some queries relating to its audited accounts and other matters. And like earlier years, seek your indulgence because I may not be able to complete it within 3 minutes. So, sir, during the year, all our industry verticals grew in the mid to high teens during the last quarter as well as fourth quarter. And everybody, you, Mr. Gopinathan mentioned the figures. But what it appears from the above, that during the Q4 of financial 22, retail and CPG, technology and communications and media verticals fared better than full year average growth rate. Whereas growth in life science and healthcare, financial services verticals in Q4 financial 22 was much less than the yearly average. Would you please share your thoughts in this regard? How these verticals are doing during the first quarter of 2023 or financial year 23 and your expectation from them during the full year. Sir, Rupee Closures all-time low of Rupee 77.74 against US dollar yesterday. The reason behind the drop in the value of Rupee could be blamed on the demand for riskier assets, increase in global crude oil prices, and also because the foreign investors continue to dump domestic stocks. in this bleak scenario, do you expect gain in dollar terms as regards Q1 of financial 23 or financial results of our company? Would you please share your thinking on rupee dollar turmoil? Sir, our operating margin and net margin for financial year 22 were 25.3% and 20% respectively. And for Q4 of financial year 22, it were 25% and 19.6% respectively. Taking into account annual increment, increased subcontractor usage, increased traveling expenses, do you believe that the company will be able to keep the operating margin and net margin intact like financial year 22 during financial year 23? Sir, it is nice to note that during Q4 of financial year 22, accounts receivable was 64 days at DSO or days sales outsourcing, 3 days down from Q1 of financial year 21 on yearly basis, and on yearly basis 4 days down in comparison to financial year 21. What was its financial impact on our accounts during financial year 22? Due to decrease in DSO by 4 days, what was its financial impact on our accounts during financial year 22? And what is your target in this regard for financial year 23? Sir, as per page 325 of the integrated annual report for financial year 22, the company granted loan to a party other than subsidiaries aggregating to 13,665 crores during the year, and balance outstanding on 31st March 2023 or 2022 was 5,386 crores. It is in the audit report, sir. It is in the audit report. Would you please share the name of the party, reason for such loan, and interest rate amount charged to them during financial year 22? What is the status of the loan as of date, and whether it was given to a group company? Sir, it is nice to note that on March 21, 2022, USA Supreme Court denied Epic's petition seeking review of the order. It is mentioned in page 305 of the annual report. What is the present status of this dispute? When do you expect completion of all formalities in this regard? Sir, during financial year 21, provided 1,218 crores or US $165 million against the claim, and pursuant to US court procedure, a letter of credit was issued to Epic for 3,331 crores, equivalent to $440 million US dollars, as financial security in order to stay the execution of the judgment and pending post-appeal proceedings. What is the revenue impact in our PL account as regards the letter of credit is concerned, issued to letter of credit? Do you believe that the provision of rupees 1,218 crores will be able to meet entire liabilities when the case will be over? Sir, it is nice to note that TCS used to share audited accounts of TCS Foundation with its shareholders, whereas Infosys, as usual, only shared a 35-page colored booklet without any audited accounts of Infosys Foundation with its shareholders. So it's a good sign. During financial year 22, our company transferred a whopping 94% of total CSR expenditure of 727 crores or 680 crores to TCS Foundation against last year's figure of 351 crores. So the transfer was nearly double in relation to last year. But I am sorry to note that the foundation failed to utilize the funding properly. During financial year 22, it utilized only 48% of the total income of 730 crores, which includes our company's contribution of 680 crores, against last year's utilization of 78% of total income of 414 crores. As a result of this less expenditure, Retained earnings balance as on 31st March 2022 increased to a whopping 1,466 crores as on 31st March 2022 against last year's figure of 1,087 crores. The board of the foundation must be active in more utilization of the fund received mainly from the parent, as well as interest income. Please share your view in this regard. And sir, it is unique to note.
I think if you can bring it to a close.
Huh?
If you can finish your questions.
I think another two questions. I have not attended last year's AGM. I thought you will allow me that also. And sir, it is unique to note that Ajayendra Mukherjee, one of the directors of TCS Foundation, though retired from executive capacity during 2019, is still showing as executive VP and head HR in the BSE.com, BSE website. Sir, during the last 2 years, the company bought back and extinguished 9.33 crores equity shares, 4 crores during financial year 22 and 5.33 crores during financial year 21. And last bonus declared was during 2018 at 1:1. Taking into account nearly 366 crores equity of ₹1 each as paid up capital as on 31st March 2022. Whether the management will go for further reduction of capital, abandoning issue of bonus shares in the coming years. Abandoning issue of bonus shares. Please share your thoughts in this respect. Sir, as regards Diligenta is concerned, its profit decreased from 28.271 million UK pound to 12.61 million pound. What is the reason for such abnormal decrease? And whether do you expect further erosion due to change of tax from 19% to 23% with effect from 1/4/2023. And sir, lastly, I am attending meetings, company meetings for more than 25 years, taking part in serious discussion all over India. With the experience gathered during the long period, I wrote a book titled The Undercover Monk, A Journey into Corporate Accounting, which will be published during end July or early August. I seek yours and others' blessings in this regard. Thank you all for patient hearing.
Thank you, Tamalda. Shailesh Mahadevia.
Respected Chairman, distinguished directors, and all the members of the company. Sir, let me congratulate our TCS for an excellent integrated report which has been presented in the current year, giving an idea of all the 5 capitals of the company and how they have been used for creating value during the year. So this report was further supplemented by your initial remarks and also by our Managing Director's presentation, which has given us a complete picture about which we are very happy, not only as an individual company, but as one of the best companies in the world. And I am a proud shareholder of our company right from its inception and will continue to do so. Sir, as far as our CSR activities are concerned, they are also excellent. You have given report on a regular basis. Sir, one thing which I would like to appreciate is our contribution under CSR to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya, which has completed 100 years. And we have assured them right from the designing stage to the publication of a volume on this. Sir, my congratulations. This will be one of the highest contributions to the society for many years to come. Sir, can you just share how much money we are likely to spend on this entire project? Sir, I would also like to appreciate the cooperation from the secretarial department. So now a few questions with a view to increase my understanding and appreciation of the working of our company. Sir, my first question is, what is the percentage of revenue from our digitalization services? Sir, second, I would like to know what is the EVA of our company and the rate at which it has been calculated, rate of interest at which it has been calculated. Sir, the world GDP forecast as given day before yesterday by the World Bank has been reduced for the year from 4.1% to 2.8%. Sir, may I know how this fall in growth is likely to affect our industry and our company in particular? Sir, my next question is regarding ESG rating. ESG services, we are one of the best in the country, but sir, I would like to know whether we are being rated by international agencies and what is our ESG rating. Sir, then what I notice is that in the managing director's report, total elimination has been made of ISO registrations. So far, we have been getting one full paragraph on the subject. Sir, I have no objection to this, but I would just like to understand whether the same thing is being covered even without mentioning our registration. And sir, my last question is that the women employees in our organization is 35%. Sir, what I would like to know is that the attrition rate, although the lowest, at about 17% in the industry, may I know if the attrition rate among women employees is lower than amongst the male employees? Sir, with this, I conclude my observation and wish our organization success in all aspects, and it is the way of life as far as our company is concerned. So thank you very much for your kind listening.
Thank you, sir. Humayun Purdehi.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, sir. We are missing you physically. We all used to meet you every year at the AGM of TCS. We used to interact, all of us, and we are missing all that, of course, the human touch. Now, sir, I want to say is TCS has given us a lot. In lot means a lot as investments. There's no need for me to say in what way, in buyback, in bonus, in dividend, etc., etc. Now, sir, I want to ask you is, in abroad, are there any restrictions with respect to the pandemic anywhere at the moment, at present in the world? Because sometimes we read in UK there are restrictions, here there are restrictions, and there are restrictions. So what about China? Do we still have relations in China, the business dealings? I would like to know. So one thing I must congratulate you. Last year, I have complained a lot about this chorus. This time you have gone into Zoom. This is what I appreciate. You have listened to our grievance of our shareholders. Chorus was there and there used to be so much disruption. And last year I couldn't even speak because of chorus. And this time you went into Zoom. This is what we appreciate. You taking action when something is really wrong about it and correcting it. So I agree with Aspi. So regarding these transfer agents, there are very few and they are overloaded. So please do something about it. Please have your own transfer agents or do something. Have your own system in your office where things that can be done. There are very few and they are not up to the mark. And we all shareholders suffer a lot. So do we come under Essential Services Act? I mean, when during time of pandemic, and lockdown, So what about the Russian and Ukraine link? I'm sure in Russia we have our offices. So did we have in Ukraine? So have they been affected? I would like to know. And so congratulations for acquiring Air India. So I have traveled and I'm very happy with their services. There is no problem with respect to that. I must say that. So one more thing I want to know, just curious to know about the attrition rate. So when the employees leave, so do they join our competitors or do they go abroad for better prospects of further education? So just curious to know, as you have mentioned this topic. So, and I will close here. I'm happy to meet Mr. O.P. Bhatt, our very, very old director and chairman of SBI. We used to meet him every year in SBI, and it was a real pleasure talking to him and, addressing him those days. So, but you remember me? I hope you remember me. I'm Homa Puraday. I think I should on my video for you to see me. Yes, yes. Now, sir. Yes. Oh my God, it is gone. So we appreciate Mr. Shekhar for whatever you're doing for our company, trying to hold it best, trying to bring it up, trying to give shareholder value. Mr. Chandrasekaran, we appreciate that. We appreciate your entire management, and we hope and we know, we are confident you will continue to do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Dharav Jamadar.
Good evening, sir. I hope I'm audible and visible.
You are.
First of all, congratulations, sir, on awarding Padma Bhushan. And I would like to congratulate each and every stakeholder of TCS and on getting a commendable result and getting industry-leading performance in this particular financial year. I highly appreciate not only the financial performance of my company, but also its holistic performance, starting from second most valuable brand in IT services globally by Brand Finance, ranked number 1 in customer satisfaction of European business by White Lanes Research. The Re-Begin initiative, which was particularly launched for women, it is very much applaudable. Making a Guinness World Record by conducting TCS Code Vita, winning big government contracts, investing immensely in intellectual capital and patents, etc. It's a big thing, which I highly appreciate. Now, certain questions which I would like you to oblige me by answering them. So what and how are companies innovating in the field of metaverse? As according to the Bloomberg intelligence, it is going to have a market of almost around $800 billion by 2024. Second, with such a vibrant cash in hand, a company can acquire, or if not full, in some part, companies like Gather, which is a platform for video conferencing, Unity Software, a company which is behind 70% of top 1,000 games all over the world. Is there any on our company's list which you would like to share upon? Third, assessing the recent scenario of turbulence in inflation, recession in US, Latin America, and Europe, which of our industry segment do you think would be having the highest hit? And what is a strategy to protect the earnings from the particular sector? Fourth, which of the segmental revenue do you think would be growing the most in the next financial year in reference to Indian market? Last one, fifth, what factors do you think is challenging us the most in maintaining the top position in IT company, as an IT company in the world? And what esoteric features of our companies do you think will help us give tailwinds in becoming and remaining the top jewel of Tata Crown in the years to come? And this question is particularly for you, Chairman sir. I'm happy to see you, Gopinathan sir, KK Mystery sir, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Lekha Shah.
Can you hear me? Chairman sir, Director and Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Devasta from Mumbai. Sir, I'm happy that I'm exploring the developing field of CSR activities. Sir, for CSR increasing, so I certainly continue with the voting meeting. It will be continued to other companies. Sir, I had many questions to ask you, but they are all covered with the previous decades. But there is one question: has there been any impact of COVID second wave?
Okay, we have lost her. Lekha Shah, can you connect again, or I'll come back to you? Mr. Sharat Kumar Shah.
Mr. Sharat Kumar Shah has not logged in, neither has Nirupama Shah.
Prakashini Shanai.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Sir, I'm Prakashini Shanoy from Bombay. Respected Honorable Chairman, other dignitaries on the board, and my fellow shareholders, good evening to all of you. I received the annual report well in time, which is colorful, informative, and contains all the information as per the corporate governance. I thank the company secretary and his team for the same. Sir, we are living in the days where everything is unpredictable, lives, including our lives. In such a circumstances, running a company like ours is a great thing. I appreciate Chairman, sir. I'm thankful to the board for granting. Hello? Hello,
Yes,
can you hear
ma'am.
me, sir?
Yeah, please continue, ma'am.
Yeah. Sir, I wanted to ask many questions, but most of them are covered by my predecessors, so I don't want to repeat. I have just one question. What is the effect of COVID? What was the effect of COVID-19 on a company, and what are its challenges? Do we come under the purview of GST? If yes, what are the rates? Sir, is there any change on our company after the inception of new budget in the Parliament during February? I wish the company good luck for a bright future and pray God that the profit of the company shall reach the peak in due course. Sir, I support all the resolutions put forth in today's meeting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Tanu Saha. Unmute yourself.
We seem to have a connectivity issue here with Mr. Sa's audio connection. Perhaps you could move on to our next speaker. Or Kanvinde is also not present, so we could try Ms. Mascarenhas.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes,
Am I
ma'am.
audible?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm audible now. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Respected Chairman, Mr. Chandrasekaran, Mr. RajeshGopinathan, other members of the board, my fellow shareholders, I am Mrs. Mascarenhas speaking from Mumbai. First of all, I will thank the company secretary and his team for sending me e-annual report and also registering me as a speaker on my request, and a very good platform where we can see you and you can see us, and audible also. Very good than last year. Thank you so much. Thank you, whole team. Our annual report is very informative and very self-explanatory. And the way it is laid down, very easy to read. Thank you so much. Thanks the whole secretarial team. Good working in spite of very difficult economic conditions in India and all over the world with COVID and now geopolitical. We are very happy. Good dividend, good buyback. Only very few shares were accepted. We wanted more to be accepted because we were getting 4,500 in these difficult days was really appreciated, but whatever, something better than nothing. And also you have rewarded us with a good bonus. Thank you so much. Thanks the whole TCS team. Now, congratulations for all the awards received, and also very good CSR, and also very good working on ESG. I would like to know, even my previous Mahadeve has also asked that whether rating is done, and if rating is done, ESG, what is our rating? Now my queries, of course, as many questions are already asked by my predecessors, I don't have much, just basics I will ask. Now as COVID is in the form of Omicron and vaccination is taken by most of the people, how much of the percentage of the staff is working in the office? Did we have any job or stroke seater in Ukraine and Russia? And if so, are they still working or closed? Number 3, sir, I'm very happy with your leadership. Your leadership is very good. And by taking Air India, which Air India has come back to us, which was supposed to be ours. And I know you will not leave any stone untouched by making, with your leadership, making Air India very, very profitable at the earliest, with good, as you did in passport issuance. Now, TCS gives such a very good service in the issue of the passport. I myself went for renewal and I had no problem. Within 1 hour, the passport was issued. Thank you very much. Your work is very good. Now I feel you should do also in Tata registry work in-house, as the TCS management is very good. Earlier also, Tata Consultancy was doing the registry work, and it was housed in Lotus House at Metro, and we were having no hassles in transferring. Now we have got in a lot of hassles in dematting our shares. What happened, sir? We are so attached with Tata Group. I was not feeling like demat, but now without demat, our share certificate is just a piece of paper, no valuation. So now we are going for dematting, and we are getting lots of hassles, sir. So you try to do, you come with the registry. If you can change that Air India within 1-2 years, I think registry work also you will go in a very beautiful manner, because whatever registrars, they have too much work, and I don't find them that they can manage that way. And we need now dematting, very important, because we have already crossed 70 and we need the funds very badly for our medical treatment, and we don't get the shares. It takes 6 months to demat. So please try to do something about it. Rest, I am very happy. I support all the resolutions. I pray for your good health and the health of our full team, our full TCS team. With this, I thank you very much. And now Mr. Mascarenhas, he is also registered. He will just continue because we are on one device. Thank you so much.
Respected Chairman, sir, very distinguished members of the board, and my fellow shareholders. Good evening to you all. My name is Aloysius Mascarenhas. At the outset, I thank the management, our company secretary and his team for sending me the e-balance sheet, which I received on time. It is informative, transparent, and adhering to all the parameters required for a good corporate governance. Our results are very good. I've shown facts and figures in print, and they are really good compared to the economic situation which we are facing now and in the past. In spite of that, you have given a handsome dividend. We most welcome it. Now, sir, I would like to know the geopolitical scenario which is hampered the world around, how it has hampered our activity in and around the world. Another important question I would like to ask you, are we listed in the NASDAQ? I would like to this information. And rupee dollar is very dicey. How profitable it is, because if we are paid by the foreigners in dollars, we stand to gain. So what is our income in this regard? And most important, we are suffering from this dematting. Sir, now the 7 years lockdown, lock-in this period, if we don't surrender our, claim the dividend, it goes to the investor fund. No, not only that, surprisingly, I have got one share where I had forgotten to encash it 2015. 7 years have passed. My dividend is gone. Okay, forget it. But they are taking away my shares. How can they take the shares? Dividend, is pardonable, but the shares, if it's gone, we are finished. So kindly look in this aspect, sir. We are senior citizen. I'm 73 years old. I'm facing a lot of problem in this regard. Sir, you are a person with a Midas touch. Whatever you touch turns into gold. Air India is a good investment. And I would like, as a shareholder of Tata's and Air India, which is in our group, a senior citizen discount will be most appreciated. With this, sir, I thank you, thank the management, and everybody, employees, all the very best in the days and years to come. With this, sir, thank you very much for patient hearing.
Mr. Dinesh Kotecha.
My video is not working today. I don't know, some problem has occurred.
Very well.
Good afternoon, sir. Namaskaram to all of you. Sir, thanks for the integrated annual report physical copy received by me. Sir, today, one of the Tata companies had a physical AGM in Pune. But we as TCS are holding this VC meeting and not holding a physical meeting. So I was just wondering why we could also not have held a physical meeting. A disciplined physical, orderly physical meeting could have been held in Bombay. Because, sir, what has happened is that you were the sponsors of IPL 2022. You had lakhs of spectators at the stadiums without mask. You yourself were also seen at Wankhede Stadium in one of the matches without mask. Then why now no physical meeting is held? I'm just wondering, just following the law as per SEBI prescription is not going to, take us further. We should have kept a physical meeting in spite of the law. That would have been appreciated by me, sir. Secondly, sir, everything is, disciplined, orderly about TCS. Everything is a landmark. You are a trendsetter. The management, results, payouts, annual report, business impact, everything is worth evaluating. It is extraordinary and above par. Sir, page number 29. Do we need to have 856 investors meet? Have you analyzed as to the investment made in our company from or by the attendee companies or institutions in our company? Those who attended those meetings, how much investments have they made? How much could have been spent on such meetings, sir? I would like to know. Sir, Chandrasekaran, you are the third or the fourth chairman of TCS. From 1975, the first campus interview of IIT Bangalore with 15 students who became the first TCS employees to enter a formal graduate training program. Under FC Kohli, who was our chairman for 26 years. Then Mr. S. Ramudarai for 12 years. Then Mr. Palanji for less than 2 years. And now you are there as a chairman from 2009 for the last 13 years. Sir, everything has grown multifold with TCS being the best corporate citizens on all criteria. Sir, we have taken over Tejas Network. I would like to know what is the rationale and how it will be integrated in TCS or in our group. Sir, dividends I appreciate 43 rupees, 21 plus 22 as against last year's 38 total. Buyback 4,500 appreciate. Payout 96% appreciate. Sir, Mr. Rajesh Gopinathan explained everything to us about the best part of the company. Page 189. Employee turnover in 1920 was 13.3%. In the pandemic period, it had gone down to 7.5%, and now it is up to 17.5%. Somebody said it is the best compared to other companies, but compared to our own internal assessment, it is the highest in the last 3 years, sir. Sir, what are the steps taken to reduce it? Sir, page 199. Fraud by employees or fraud, bribery, corruption cases, there were 3 in the last year and current year and 2 in the last year. What is the extent of damage due to this particular fraud, bribery and corruption? I'd like to know the amount. Sir, is the revenue increase on a constant currency basis, on a comparative basis? I would like to know. Because nowhere in the balance sheet this is written that is on a constant currency basis. Sir, I am now particularly interested in page number 326 and 327, the disputed cases under various laws. Sir, across 77 assessment years, a total amount of 5,266 is in dispute. what is paid in protest is 769 crores, and the total amount gross is 6,035 crores. Now this is 16.49 times our equity capital. And how do you deal with this? I would like to know this. How many are in dispute outside India, first of all? Or the outside India cases are not mentioned there by the auditor. Secondly, the legal expenses incurred to fight or defend these cases, I would like to know during the year. In the profit and loss account on page 333, last year we had one amount of exceptional item to the extent of 1,281 crores as provision towards legal claim as a loss. Now this year it is nil. So how do you see this situation in the current year, in the first 3 months? What has happened? Can you tell me something about it? Sir, what feedbacks and feed forwards have you received during the year and the previous year, which are being implemented for still better results? My last two questions are, how do you visualize the company to be, could be after 5 years or 10 years from today, with you or without you being at the helm of the company? Lastly, sir, somebody said that in India, we are having only 5% of the turnover of TCS. Now, what are your plans to improve the turnover in India? Or do you don't see opportunities in India for more than 5 or 6%? Thank you, sir, very much, and wish you all the best. I hope that I get answer for all my questions. Thank you very much.
So, Praful Chafda.
हेलो सर, मेरी आवाज आ रही है सर? हेलो,
Yes, please.
सर मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, you are.
थैंक यू सर. सर मैं हैदराबाद से बोल रहा हूँ, प्रफुल चौड़ा मेरा नाम है. मैं आगे का जो स्पीकर बोला है इसको रिपीट नहीं करना चाहता हूँ, वो सीधा CSR पे आता हूँ. CRS के बारे में मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि आप रिटायर आर्मी के लोगों को कितने जॉब देते हो, और जो आर्मी मैन है उसके बच्चे को जॉब देते हो या कितनी हेल्प करते हो इसके एजुकेशन के लिए, उसके बारे में बताएंगे. जो स्टूडेंट जीनियस है पूरे इंडिया में, ऐसे स्टूडेंट है कि पढ़ना चाहते हैं पर पैसे के हिसाब से पढ़ नहीं सकते, सुविधा के हिसाब से पढ़ नहीं सकते, तो ऐसे स्टूडेंट को ढूंढ के आप हेल्प करते हैं या नहीं करते? इसके अलावा गेम खेलकूद होता है, इसमें खेलकूद में ऐसे भी बच्चे जिसको सूझ नहीं है पर दौड़ने में नंबर वन आते हैं, तो ऐसे बच्चे को आप वेरीफाई करके आगे बढ़ाते हैं. जैसे कि ऐसे बच्चे को आप आगे बढ़ाएंगे तो टाटा की तरफ से ओलंपिक में टाटा की तरफ से गोल्ड मेडल, सिल्वर मेडल या कांस्य मेडल आएगा वो बच्चे को या लड़के को, तो टाटा की तरफ से हेल्प मिली ऐसा कहा जाएगा. ऐसा कुछ भी करना चाहिए. आपने जल जीवन वाटर बचाओ बोल के बारे में बात करे है, तो सर मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इंडिया में ऐसे तालाब है कि अब खत्म होने को जा रहे हैं. जो तालाब थे इसके पानी मिलता था, लोग पीते थे, गांव के लोग, गांव की बस्ती बढ़ गई और तालाब छोटे हो गए. तो ऐसे वेरीफाई करके गांव के आधे पैसे कंपनी को लगा के भी आगे बढ़ के वो तालाब को गहरा कराने की ऐसी कुछ सुविधा करना चाहिए. और जल बचाने के लिए अपने भी 2 लाख एम्प्लॉयज है, अगर एक एम्प्लॉय 5 आदमी को बोलेगा कि जल बचाओ तो 10 लाख आदमी जल बचाओ योजना में शामिल होंगे, और हर एक आदमी डेली 5 लीटर भी जल बचाएंगे, कितना जल बचेगा उसके बारे में भी आप कुछ करेंगे, ऐसा मेरा सजेशन है सर. धन्यवाद, मुझे बोलने का मौका मिला. और सर नेक्स्ट फ्यूचर में कभी विजिल मीटिंग हुई तो 3 मिनट से ज्यादा मत बोलने दीजिए. कलकत्ता कमल साहब 10 मिनट बोलते हैं, गौतम तिवारी 5 मिनट बोलते हैं, एक बात 4 बार रिपीट करते हैं. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. गौतम तिवारी कुछ नहीं बोले सर अकाउंट्स के बारे में, तो अभी 10 मिनट 7 मिनट लिया उन्हें. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए सर. धन्यवाद सर.
Thank you. Deepti Ranjan Bhai.
Welcome all. Myself Dr. Deepti Ranjan. First of all, I congratulate Chairman Sir for Padma Bhushan Award. I have 2 queries. First is TCS spending only 2,242 crores, that is 1.2% of total revenue on research and development. If possible, company can increase this amount, then it will be benefit for the future of the company, because research and development is the most important thing in current scenario. And second question, as everyone's told, that current attrition rate at 17.4%, it is higher than Q3 attrition rate, that is 15.3%. What measures TCS has taken to contain this? These are my 2 queries, and thank you.
Sheetal Shankar Bansal. Sheetal Bansal.
Hello.
Ma'am.
Respected Chairman and Board of Directors, first of all, I thank you for buying back of shares, which apex is for next 5 years. And Sir, BPL sponsor, BPL sponsored first with the think of shareholders. What is apex for next 5 years? And thanks for buyback of shares. Thank you.
Ms. Vasudha Dakwe.
Hello.
Ma'am.
Yeah. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Very good afternoon, respected Chairman, sir, Board of Directors, and my fellow shareholders. Myself, Vasudha from Thane. I would like to congratulate our company secretary for sending me the soft copy of the report well in advance, which itself is clear and transparent. Most of the question was asked by previous shareholders. I will not take your time. With this, I support all the resolution. Thank you very much.
Ms. Maheshwari.
Ms. Ashalata Maheshwari hasn't logged in, neither have the next 3 speakers. We could move on to number 34, Mr. Bharat M. Shah.
Bharat Shah. Bharat Shah.
Mr. Bharat Shah seems to be experiencing some technical connectivity problems. Ms. Bharti Saraf is not available.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
हाँ जी, आपका ये मीटिंग का सफर एजीएम हॉल से शुरू होता हुआ करीब 5:30 बजे दिल्ली पहुंच गया है और आपके सेक्रेटरिएट डिपार्टमेंट का बड़ा अच्छा अरेंजमेंट रहा है कि जो हम इन तारों के जरिए आपसे इतनी दूर बैठे भी जुड़ पाए हैं। हम कंपनी को धन्यवाद देना चाहेंगे कि इस करोड़ों के देश में कम से कम वो लाखों को नौकरी तो दे रहे हैं। बाकी सर, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का जो है वो दायरा हिंदुस्तान के अंदर बढ़ता ही जा रहा है, तो आपसे गुजारिश है कि एम्प्लॉयमेंट और बढ़ाइए। आप कम से कम जो बच्चे पढ़कर स्कूल कॉलेजों से और कोर्स कर कर आ रहे हैं आपकी कंपनी के लायक, नौकरी करने के लायक भी, तो उनको अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की निराशा ना झेलनी पड़े। तो आप इस तरह के अरेंजमेंट जरूर करिए, बहुत अच्छा रहेगा। और हमारे सीएस जो प्रदीप जी हैं, उन्होंने इतना अच्छा अरेंजमेंट रखा है जो हम इतनी दूर बैठे आपसे मिल पाए हैं। और शेयर बाजार में आपकी वैल्यू जो है 4043 रुपए हाई के मुकाबले 3132 रुपए का लो भी दिखाया। इस दौरान बायबैक भी आया, बड़ा अच्छा रहा। हमारे प्रमोटर की होल्डिंग जो है इस टाइम 72.3% दिखाई जा रही है। हालांकि इसमें कुछ शायद बदलाव भी हो, मेरे पास शायद आंकड़े सही ना हो, तो अगर जो ये हाई दिखा रहा है 4,043 रुपए का और आज 3400 का अगर रेट है, तो एक बाय बैक कोई और भी आ सकता है, क्योंकि हमारे पास सरप्लस बहुत है। तो कुछ आप सर्च कर कुछ आप एनर्जी देंगे शेयर बाजार में भी अपने शेयर को, तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा। अब मैं जो हमारे देश के अंदर पर आदमी की जो इनकम है उसके मुकाबले हमारे सीईओ साहब को मैं मुबारक दूं या क्या करूं, मेरी समझ से बाहर है। सीईओ साहब जो हैं वो एक तरह से कंपनी की हेल्थ ही देखते हैं जी, हेल्थ मिनिस्टर ही होते हैं। और इन्होंने इतनी अपनी तनख्वाह को बढ़वाया, क्या इनकी कंपनी में अप्रोच है, क्या है, क्या मैं जान सकता हूं कि मतलब इतने क्वालिफाइड आदमी को मतलब इतनी ज्यादा हाई आपने सैलरी इस दौरान करी है कोविड के बाद जब ये सब कुछ खुलने लगा है। इनकी जो सैलरी है 1.51 करोड़ और अनदर अलाउंस और बेनिफिट जो आप इनको दे रहे हो 2.25 करोड़ के। और उसके बाद सर ये जब कंपनी के लिए काम ही करते हैं तो आप इनको कमीशन किस चीज की दे रहे हैं 22 करोड़ की? ये क्या है जी? एक तरह से ये जो सीईओ होते हैं ना जी, एक अपनी कंपनी की हेल्थ और वेल्थ संभालने के लिए ही होते हैं। तो आजकल जैसे सरकारों के अंदर जो है मिनिस्टर जो है हेल्थ के वो हाशिए पर आने लगे हैं, तो हमारे सीईओ साहब भी ये सैलरी के कारण हाशिए पर है। आप थोड़ा इस बारे में जरूर बताइएगा, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी सरकारों के अंदर भी हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री जो है ऑलरेडी 2 सरकारों के अंदर कुछ ऐसा ही चल रहा है। तो ये क्या इनकी मतलब जान पहचान है मैनेजमेंट में, और क्या इन्होंने मतलब ऐसा तारा तोड़ा है कि जो इनको इतने बेनिफिट दिए जा रहे हैं? आप इस बारे में जरूर बताइएगा। अब ये दौर चला ऑनलाइन का, सब ठीक है, सब कुछ है, एनुअल रिपोर्टें ऑनलाइन आ जाती हैं हमें, वो भी बड़ी अच्छी बात है। ऑलरेडी वैसे आपकी एनुअल रिपोर्ट छपती हैं, आप शेयर होल्डर को ना भेजिए कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन कोई ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म है जैसे अमेजोन वगैरह, अगर हम अपना पैसा अदा करके एनुअल रिपोर्ट अगर खरीदना चाहें, हम अपनी लाइब्रेरी की शोभा बढ़ाना चाहें, क्योंकि जो ऑलरेडी हमारे पास कलेक्शन होता रहा है इनका, तो ये आप अगर हम पैसे देकर आपकी एनुअल रिपोर्ट खरीद सकें तो आप ऑनलाइन इसको उपलब्ध कराइए अमेजोन वगैरह पर। अब ठीक है कि वृक्षों की बर्बादी बचाने के लिए और कागज की वैल्यू मतलब अच्छी रखने के लिए कि वेस्ट ना हो, हमारी एनुअल रिपोर्टें छपनी बंद हुई हैं और मेल के द्वारा ही हमें आती हैं। चलो वक्त की नजाकत है, हर चीज दौर बदलता है। तो मेरी आपसे गुजारिश है कि आप ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म पर अपनी जो है एनुअल रिपोर्ट को सेल करिए सर, सेल करिए उसको, ताकि जिसको चाहिए हो वो ले तो सके। और सर अदर इनकम का कोई कंपनी का इतना ज्यादा इशू नहीं होता, लेकिन पिछले साल के मुकाबले जो 22 से 25% हमारी अदर इनकम में कमी आई है, आप इस बारे में जरूर बताइएगा। 46 कंट्रियों के अंदर हम बिजनेस कर रहे हैं, इसकी मैं आपको मुबारकबाद देता हूं। और एक आपने ये 50 का अंक और छू रखा है सर, ये क्या है? ये जो 54 सब्सिडी जो है टीसीएस की सब्सिडी कंपनियां जो हैं वो हमारे प्रॉफिट पर कितना नुकसान पहुंचाती हैं, थोड़ा आप इस बारे में बताइएगा। क्योंकि हम तो शेयर होल्डर हैं जी, बैंक होल्डर हैं, हमारे तो आधार कार्ड लग गए, पैन कार्ड लग गए, सब कुछ हो गया, और ये आप 54 सब्सिडियों के साथ अब इस दौर में कैसे चला रहे हो? क्या हो रहा है इससे कंपनियों को, हमारी को नुकसान हो रहा है या फायदा हो रहा है? थोड़ा आप इस बारे में जरूर बताइएगा। और सर आगे थोड़ा सा एक और वर्ड एक मैं आपसे कहना चाहूंगा कि 31 मार्च की क्लोजिंग के बाद हमने जो 9 जून को ये मीटिंग रखी है, ये 70 दिन के अंदर जो काम हमारे सीएस साहब ने किया है, उनकी टीम ने किया है, उनको मैं मुबारकबाद देना चाहूंगा कि ये 70वें दिन हमने एजीएम रूबरू हो गए हैं आप। नहीं तो भाई साहब कहने की बात है, कितना टाइम तो इसकी तैयारी में ही लगता है। ये एक बहुत ही अच्छा रहा है। और थोड़ा सा सर ये बताइएगा कि जो कोरोना काल के अंदर वर्क फॉर होम चलता रहा है, तो आपके एम्प्लॉइज तो चलो सेफ रहे, सब कुछ सही रहा, कुछ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल में हमने कुछ कमाया है, कुछ पैसा बचाया हमने, कुछ किरायों में कमाया हमने, जो हम रेंट देते थे, जो बच्चे बैठकर घर बैठकर काम करते रहे हैं, तो जो रेंट देते रहे थे उनमें कुछ कमी आई है, थोड़ा हम इस बारे में जरूर बताइएगा। और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट के अंदर उन बेचारे 4th क्लास एम्प्लॉइज का क्या हुआ है कोरोना के दौरान, क्या उनकी नौकरियां बची हैं या नहीं बची? जब वर्क फॉर होम चलता रहा था, आपने उनका कैसे ध्यान रखा है 4th क्लास का? वो तो बैठकर आपको ऑनलाइन नहीं दे सकते, उन्हें ऑलरेडी कितने कितने टाइम से वो आपके यहाँ नौकरियां कर रहे थे, तो आपने 4th क्लास जो एम्प्लॉइज है उनका क्या ध्यान रखा है? बाकी आपने हमें समय दिया, इसके लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं जी। और इस मैराथन मीटिंग के अंदर मैं अपना बोलने का समय खत्म करता हूं जी। थैंक यू।
Preetam Kaur Dung.
Preetam Kaur Dung has not logged in. We could move on to our next speaker.
Asmeet Singh.
Hello. Hello. Moderator, please allow me to connect from the other device. Moderator, please allow me.
You have logged on 2 devices.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes. So can I go ahead reading my note?
Please.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Chair, Directors, co-shareholders. Thank you for allowing me to connect and interact with you. While you may have got tired by now listening to us shareholders, so I will keep very precise, and I request for your little more attention while I read my note. I will request the company secretary to provide me the video copy of my interaction, including the answers given by the chairman on my concern. Now, to begin with, I am very happy to note down yet another year of all-round growth that has increased in top-line revenue, bottom-line profits, margins, dividend payouts. All credit to our leadership team for working untiringly and building value for our nation and everyone associated with the company. I am immensely happy to read a note printed in the Economic Times in April this year that TCS would become the largest IT company in the world. This note was echoed by our CEO, Shri RajeshGopinathan. And by God's grace, I would like to see that this day in my life. Now, everything is going well except that I am pained by one forced decision upon us shareholders year on year. Herein, I am referring to the buyback offers, which are against the interest of the significant part of our shareholders, almost more than 20 lakh shareholders. After 4 buybacks in FY 18, 19, 21, 22, the company has doled out close to 75,000 crores of profits. If you are not aware that who has benefited to get these buyback bounty, then note that it is not the genuine long-time shareholders who valued the company and remained shareholders since 2004, and in fact added the shares buying out from the market. So who are the beneficiaries? They are those extra smart, next generation, fly-by-night, small shareholders who swiftly buy shares upon your announcement of buyback and surrender their holdings in the buyback offers, made pool profits, and then perhaps rebuy the shares. And who are the losers? Genuine long-time shareholders like me and my family members. Lakhs of other. Also, the companies such as Tata Sons, Tata Motors, to name a few, even Mr. Ratan Tata, all you directors, all the employees having ESOPs, having approximately 1,300 shares, personally I have lost rupees 2.5 lakh rupees by way of not participating in the buyback. I have worked this figure on the basis of 75,000 crore bounty distributed over 375 crore capital, working out to rupees 200 dividend. Imagine the impact of dividend loss to the shareholders who have more than shares than me. Sir, I am unsure if Mr. Ratan Tata has been apprised that the company is offering a loot by way of buyback and not by way of dividend, which would have gone to the genuine shareholders. So whosoever has taken a decision or a call in the company to offer this buyback, I will call and request him to pay me rupees 2.5 lakhs. Further, I want to propose a resolution to never offer a buyback of shares in future. In any case, our company equity shares is too small at 366 crore, and there is in fact scope of multifold increase in our equity capital. All our peer group companies like Infosys, Wipro, HCL, even overseas tech companies like Microsoft have 10 to 100x of our equity size. Further, I don't see how much 3 CR or 4 CR equity reduction by way of buyback and simultaneously increase in equity by way of ESOP will go together. And more so, if we become the largest IT company, then this puny capital is not enough. I finish my concern here and request your honest reply on this. Thank you very much.
Liju Matai Kimnonil.
We move on to our next speaker.
Yeah.
हेलो हेलो सर, मेरा आवाज सुनाई देता है सर?
Yes, yes.
फर्स्ट तो चेयरमैन श्री, मैं आपको और आपका एंटायर टीम को कांग्रेचुलेशन कहूंगा कि जो हमारा कंपनी ने जो बिजनेस किया है, जो नाम कर रहा है, एक्सेलेंट वर्क, एक्सेलेंट। हम ये भी देखते हैं कि जो उसके लिए मैं आपको और आपकी पूरी टीम को कांग्रेचुलेशन करता हूं। जो पेज नंबर 166 से 168 तक काफी अवार्ड मिले और 172 से 173 ये पेज में जो काफी अवार्ड हम देख रहे हैं, 30 से अधिक अवार्ड है 166 से 168 में, और 30 से अधिक अवार्ड है 172 से 173 पेज पर। उसके लिए बहुत हमें खुशी होती है कि हमारी कंपनी खाली इंडिया में अवार्ड नहीं, इंटरनेशनल ग्लोबल अवार्ड्स मिले हैं और काफी डिफरेंट अलग अलग चीज के लिए हमें अवार्ड मिले हैं। एग्रीकल्चरल, एजुकेशनल, गवर्नमेंट, इंश्योरेंस का, रेलवे का, सबका जो आपका जो देखते हैं हमें बहुत खुशी होती है। हमें इसके लिए भी गर्व होता है कि हम इतनी अच्छी कंपनी, बड़ी कंपनी के शेयर होल्डर हैं। उसके लिए मैं आपको, आपका पूरा टीम को वापस कांग्रेचुलेशन करता हूँ, थैंक यू कहता हूँ। आपका सेक्रेटरी टीम भी बहुत बढ़िया टीम है, जो शेयर होल्डर के प्रति जो उसकी भावना है, हमें रिफ्रेश भी करते हैं कि आप जरूर आना हमारा मीटिंग में। और हमें भी अच्छा लगता है कि ऐसा शेयर होल्डर की जो कीमत करते हैं वही सेक्रेटरियल डिपार्टमेंट सच्चा डिपार्टमेंट है। बाकी तो मैं ज्यादा कुछ ना पूछते हुए देखते हैं कि मेरे आगे काफी शेयर होल्डर ने काफी सवाल पूछ लिए है, और आपने भी जो आपका जो प्रेजेंटेशन का जो कंपनी के जो बताया गया उसमें काफी हमें माहिती मिल गई, जिससे हम तो हर एक चीज में कंपनी को सपोर्ट देते हैं। खाली मेरे को एक दो चीज का पूछना था कि एक हमारी जो गुडविल जो है पेज नंबर 243 में जो हमारी एसेट दिखाई गई है, करंट एसेट, उसमें गुडविल जो है वो लास्ट ईयर का 1798 करोड़ था, जो 11 करोड़ कम हुआ, दिखाते हैं 1787 करोड़। तो हमें एक चीज की नवाई लगती है कि गुडविल तो हमारा डे टू डे बढ़ता है ना, जो पहला गुडविल है उससे ये साल में गुडविल हमारा बढ़ा है ना सर, तो थोड़ा इसके बारे में आप बताएंगे।
बाकी उसके लिए भी हमें बहुत खुशी है कि हमारी कंपनी रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट R&D में 2242 करोड़, जो लास्ट ईयर 1917 करोड़ किया था खर्चा, उसके सामने बहुत अच्छा खर्चा कर रही है, जिससे हमें अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी मिलती है। बहुत अच्छी बात है। मेरा हर एक रिजोल्यूशन में सपोर्ट है। ऑल द बेस्ट। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you. Mr. Ashok Malia.
Namaste, sir. I'm Ashok Malia from Udupi, Company Secretary by profession. My DP ID is IN303028. Congratulations to the Chairman for Padma Vibhushan, sir, and Team TCS for extraordinary performance, and you have distributed 38,000 crore rupees to the shareholder through buyback and dividend. My question is, what are the plans to handle e-waste in TCS due to increase in same compared to previous year? Thank you, sir. Take care. Jai Hind.
What are the question? Mr. Yusuf Rangwala. Sir. Rangwala. Rangwala. Speak. We can see you. You are not audible. Can you check your...
Yeah, good morning, good evening, sir. My name is Mr. Yusuf Rangwala, from Mumbai. सर मेरा प्रणाम नमस्कार स्वीकार करिए सर चंद्र सर। आपको सर मिल दिल हमारे बहुत खुशी हुई सर। आपने एयर इंडिया को ले लिया, जो हमारा रतन टाटा सबका सपना था, आप उनका सपना पूरा किया सर। आपको उनके मैं बहुत सैल्यूट करता हूँ सर। आपने का काम किया कि अपने टाटा कंपनी ने इतना इंडियन एयरलाइंस को ले लिया, ये सुन के सर मेरा दिल बहुत खुश हुआ और सबको बहुत मुबारकबाद देता हूँ सर। और सर अभी डायरेक्ट पॉइंट नंबर 1 सर, मैं कृपा मैडम उनकी सर्विस से लाजवाब है सर। उनको सर मैं जितना धन्यवाद दूं उतना कम है सर। इसलिए सर मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है कृपा मैडम आप उनका पोस्ट करिए और उनको सर अपना अच्छा बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर पे उनको सर अपॉइंट करिए उनको। और आपका शेयर डिपार्टमेंट सर लाजवाब है सर। उनके बारे में सर आज उनकी तरफ से फोन भी आया था। बहुत कम कंपनी के जो शेयर होल्डर को मैनेज करती है उसमें सर अपन एक कंपनी सर। सर मैं बोनस आपने दिया उसके लिए सर धन्यवाद। बाईबैक आपने 4,300 में किया उसके लिए भी धन्यवाद सर। मैं एक दूसरी बात पूछना चाहता था सर। 5 साल हुआ सर आपसे रूबरू मुलाकात नहीं हो रही सर। हमें सर बहुत दुख है सर। दिल में आंसू है, दिल में आंसू है, मेरे होठों पे हंसी है। क्या करे सर, आंसू रुक नहीं रहे। आपके सर मुलाकात करने के लिए दिन सर बहुत नजदीक आ रहे। अगले साल सर हो सके 2023 में रूबरू रखिए सर तो हम आपसे मिल सके सर। चंद्र सर आपके तबियत के लिए सर मैं रोज नमाज में दुआ करता हूँ। आपकी तबियत फुल बोर्ड की सर अच्छी रहे, मेरी दुआ है सर। आप फुल बोर्ड को सर। मुझे और तो कुछ नहीं पूछना है। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र एंड ऑल। मैं सर पूरा टाटा ग्रुप का शेयर होल्डर हूँ और सर आपसे अभी सर नजदीक में मुलाकात होगी सर। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र, वंदे मातरम, भारत माता की जय। जय हिंद सर।
Thank you, sir. Mr. Neerav Chudga.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity. I hope I am audible.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Respected Chairman and Chandrasekaran ji, CEO and Managing Director Rajesh Gopinathan, esteemed members of the board and my fellow shareholders. Good evening to you all. I'm Neerav Chudgar. I'm joining this AGM from my hometown, Surat, Gujarat. And I would like to first congratulate our chairman and Chandrasekaran ji for receiving the 3rd highest civilian award in India, Padma Bhushan. I would also like to congratulate our CEO and Managing Director Rajesh Gopinathan for achieving $25 billion revenue in FY22. And I would also like to congratulate the entire board for doing a buyback of 18,000 crore rupees and also giving a generous dividend of 43 rupees per share. Now, I'm actually an ex-employee of TCS and I started my professional journey in TCS in 1999 And I would say that I'm a proud ex-employee of TCS. And I also started my investment journey in 2007 by buying the TCS share, and I'm still a shareholder of TCS after 15 years. And I'm very proud shareholder of TCS as well. Now, with the compliments out of the way, I would like to raise 3 important points. My first point is my concern on the ESG. So basically, just give me a moment. Let me read it from my note. Thank you. So I'd like to raise the concern on the governance deficit based on my horrible experience with TCS corporate support, retirement settlement team. I transferred my PF from TCS to another company on 7 November 2016, while my EPF was transferred successfully, but unfortunately my EPS was not transferred. Ideally, it should have been transferred together. So when I wanted the access to the fund during COVID-19, I discovered this issue and I immediately raised it to TCS retirement team on the alumni portal on 28th November 2020, but which is still pending even after whopping 558 days or 1.5 years. So actually, I believe that TCS is a best-in-class IT services company and a trusted advisor for a lot of clients for enriching customer and employee experience. So this level of service from TCS is totally unexpected. Actually, after I raised this question when I registered for this AGM, I would like to say that TCS support team has reached out to me, and I feel that this issue should be resolved quickly. But what I would like to highlight to the management is that employee or alumni should not face this kind of issue, and we should have well-defined service level agreement, just like what we have for the client projects. Same should be applicable for employee.
I have, Mr. Nirav, I have the issue on hand. I will explain to you when I give the answer on what is being done on this. We can take that up in my answer.
Yeah.
Do you have any other issues you want to highlight?
I'll move on to the 2 other questions. My second question is on margin for the other segment. So if I see your annual report, the other segment, which includes energy, resources and utility, public sector and products and platform areas, has a margin of just 20.6%. This is on page number 119 in the annual report. And this is much lower compared to the margin of rest of the operating segment, where BFSI's margin is at 26.9%, CMT's margin is at 29.9%, retail at 27.8%, manufacturing is at 30.1%, and LSH is at 30%. So what this lower margin in the other segment basically is driving down our overall margin of the company, which was at 25.3% in FY22. So what I would like to know from the management is how management is planning to improve the margin in this others segment, particularly in products and platform area, which should ideally have substantially higher margin due to its non-linear revenue model. And this will also help the company to achieve its aspirational margin band of 26 to 28%. Moving on to my next question, that is about strengthening the footprint of TCS in APAC and Middle East region. So as per the data provided in the notes forming the part of consolidated financial statements on page number 304 in the annual report, TCS basically has established very strong footprint in North America with the revenue contribution of 50.5%, UK with the revenue contribution of 15.85%, and continental Europe with a revenue contribution of 16.03%. But if there is a lot of headroom for growth in other geographical area like Latin America, which is just contributing 1.67% of revenue, Middle East and Africa, which is contributing just 99% of revenue, and India, which is contributing 5.11% of revenue. So in the annual report, I saw that TCS aspired to achieve $50 billion revenue in next few years. So I would like to know from the management, what is the strategy for establishing a very strong footprint in Middle East and Asia Pacific region, as well as India region, because these are the growth engine of the world. And if we can actually establish our strong footprint in this region, just like what we have done in US, UK, and continental Europe, then I think it would be easier for us to achieve our revenue target in next few years. Thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity to ask question, and I support all the resolutions in this AGM, and I wish the management all the best for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Pooja Agarwal.
Yes, sir. Sir, I am a proud shareholder of my company and also a member of Millennium Ma'am. Sir, I would like to know one thing. Our company has everything. It has a brand value. It has an amazing management. It is cash rich. Sir, how do I see my company now with India Plus opportunity change its place in the world by 2025? May I say in other ways that is it okay to say that I can see my company at the top in the world by 2025?
Suresh Chand Jain.
Nor has Shriyansh Gupta.
Shriyansh Gupta?
No, Shriyansh Gupta has not logged in either.
So I understand there are a couple of more shareholders.
We do have two speaker shareholders who experienced some connectivity issues. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, could we invite them once again to speak? Atanu Saha.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Mr. Atanu Saha.
Good evening, sir. I am Atanu from Kolkata, sir, a small minor shareholder, and respected chairman and company secretary and CFO and board of directors and all shareholders, and to all personalities who are directly and indirectly helping this organization, the VC moved swiftly. Sir, it's a warm gratitude to our Chandrasekaran ji that his birthday is over on 2nd June, but it's warm still today, and it's future every day and every time. Sir, it's a beautiful key signature. We are the TCS and building on belief. And sir, every business born out from belief. Anyhow, sir, my first question is that do you have any plan to speak for our company share price for minority shareholders? My second question is, do you emphasize at least plan to organize VC mood and physical meeting simultaneously? And this alarming COVID is still alarming, sir. How our beloved personalities maintain their precautionary step, and how our beloved company maintain its to do so. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you.
Our second speaker shareholder who had technical problems was Mr. Bharat M. Shah.
Hello.
Please speak, sir.
हेलो चंद्रशेखर सर.
हाँ,
आवाज आ रही है ना?
हाँ, आवाज आ रही है, सुनाई देता है.
माननीय चेयरमैन श्री और अन्य माननीय डायरेक्टर सर, मेरा नाम भरत शाह है सर. मेरी कोई क्वेरी नहीं है, क्योंकि सर आपने व्यवस्थित इतना सालों से व्यवस्थित कंपनी चलाई है सर, बहुत बहुत शेयर होल्डर को बहुत मालामाल किया है सर, बहुत अच्छा डिविडेंड दिया है सर, बायबैक भी अच्छा आपने किया है सर, बोनस भी अच्छा दिया है सर, तो कोई बात नहीं, कैरी नहीं है सर। हमको आपको और आपकी पूरी टीम पर पूरा भरोसा है सर कि आप शेयर होल्डर के हित में ही काम कर रहे हो सर, तो मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ सर। और सर सारे रिजोल्यूशन में मेरा पूरा सर अवार्ड्स के लिए भी इतने सालों में बहुत आपने अवार्ड्स अपनी कंपनी ने प्राप्त किए, उसके लिए भी मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ सर, अभिनंदन देता हूँ सर। और CSR एक्टिविटी भी बहुत अच्छी चल रही है सर, एक मानवतावादी कार्य है सर, तो उसके लिए भी मैं बहुत अभिनंदन देता हूँ सर। और सर नेक्स्ट ईयर हो सके तो फेस टू फेस जरूर मीटिंग करना, तो आपको मिलने का बहुत मन होता है सर, तो जरूर नेक्स्ट ईयर फेस टू फेस सर मीटिंग रखना, तो फेस टू फेस अपन मिलेंगे तो एक आत्मीयता का बढ़ा रहेगा। एक की कमी है सर अपने में कि अपन फेस टू फेस नहीं मिल सकते हैं, तो नेक्स्ट ईयर सर जरूर फेस टू फेस रखना, तो अपन एक आत्मीयता से अपन साथ में मिलेंगे। बाकी तो बहुत अच्छी तरह से व्यवस्थित कंपनी चल रही है सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ सर, सारे अवार्ड्स के लिए भी बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ सर, और सारे रिजोल्यूशन में मेरा पूरा सपोर्ट है सर। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, जय हिंद।
Thank you.
So we do have one more speaker who is logged in now, Mr. H.S. Patel, serial number 8. Patel.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, sir. Respected Chairman, our eminent Board of Directors. I'm Mrs. Patel over here. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak. I thought because my connection was not possible, so I've been thrown out or what. And but luckily, I've given a chance. I thank you. First, I would like to thank our Mr. Gaitonde sir and Mr. Saxeria sir for sending me the annual report, but I have been sent an abridged report. I do not know why I have been sent an abridged report. Even almost 5-6 days in advance, I have sent. They have sent me the report, but it's an abridged report. Why, Mr. Gaitonde? You are a new company secretary, but we are. I'm right from the inception of the TCS shares. And I expected to have the whole report. Please don't treat us like that, Mr. Gaitonde. Anyway, I cannot speak much because it is not possible to go through that report. I have full faith in our Mr. Gopinathan, who has sailed this company to a very, very powerful extent. It's one of the best companies or the best companies in the Tata Group. Under your leadership, Mr. Chandrasekaran, and under the hard work and intelligence of Mr. Gopinathan and all other untold and unclaimed hardworking people of TCS, we are receiving very good value for our shares. You have given us a dividend, you have given us buyback of shares at a very good amount, you have given us good bonus. What more we can expect from you, Mr. Chandrasekaran? Under your leadership, we are very happy. May you live and continue with the company for a very long time, and may we shareholders prosper. I have only a few things to say. Sir, just a humble request. There is a very high and multiple increase in our equity capital. There's a very high cash flow. Our profit level has gone up very high. It's an all-time high. Order book also we have. All-time high order book we have. In spite of all this, why is it so that we have received this time only 22 rupees dividend? Very less dividend we have received. I feel in it that way. I do not know why. Company could have almost given us the double amount. Anyway, I leave it to the management. My second question, I just would like to know, what is TCS ION certificate? What is TCS ION certification? I would like to know that. Sir, I understand the attrition rate is going very, very high. Why are the employees not satisfied, even though the company is at this highest level? If you can throw some light, sir. I congratulate the company, all its employees who have done very hard work. Of course, now again COVID, I hope it doesn't increase much, and we are safe and sound, all the employees, my family, and everybody in the Tata Group. I congratulate the company for getting good awards and accolades. TCS Code Vita has won the Guinness World Record. I congratulate each and every employee for their hard work for this. It's the most valuable brand in IT industry. And above all, Mr. Chandrasekaran, I salute you for the Padma Bhushan that you have won. It is a crowning glory in the Tata Group. May you get much more such awards in your lifetime, and for the Tata Group also, may the Tata. And I also congratulate our RTN, Mr. Ratan Tata, for getting our Air India back in the hands of Tata Group. It's very nice achievement, Sir Ratan Tata. If JRD would have been there, he would have been very happy, because it was his child which was snatched away from him. He felt it very bad, the pain that he had undergone at that time. Nobody may realize that. And today, R&T, we are very proud of you for getting back this Air India back in your hands, back in the hands of Tata Group. I congratulate each and everyone for that. Sir, only one humble request: the print, the words printed in your annual report, of course minus abridged report, but the words printed are very, very light, unable to read them. Of course, the printer must be taking his cream from the TCS group, and yet he's giving such horrible printout. Nobody bothered to check this before sending out the annual report. It's very surprising. Very, very light, not able to read it clearly. If it was little dark print, it would have been better. The revenue growth and everything is on very high increase. Everything is very good in the company. I once again congratulate all the board of directors, all the employees who have worked very hard. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Keki Mistry. We remember you in this among the board of directors. I also love to say high value for Miss Madam Aarti Subramaniam and Mr. our Rajesh Gopinathan, who has taken this TCS ship to the very, very high level. Wish you all good luck and all the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, we come to the end of the shareholders' commentary. So let me start responding to all the questions and queries raised. First, Mr. Arun Kumar Bopanna. I think the Digital India Act is necessary because so much has changed over the last couple of decades since the original IT Act was put in place. So I am glad that the government is engaged and developing a participative approach to develop the Digital Act, which is a very important thing, especially there are new issues like the privacy and other aspects that will come into this act. In terms of the opportunity for whether it is 50 companies with 5,000 crores or huge export revenue, I think there is an enormous opportunity because, as I mentioned in my opening remark, every industry will become AI and data-based companies. So the extent of investment that will go into technology globally is so high. So while I don't want to make specific commentary about the deadline and so on and so forth, what has been mentioned in your query, I think the opportunity is very high and the exports revenue will continue to grow significantly, and there will be many companies which will cross 5,000 crores of revenue. And in terms of the anxiety, I think the company has, throughout the couple of years of pandemic, engaged in multiple formats and multiple forums with the employee base to keep them engaged. There are a number of programs the HR in TCS has rolled out to ensure that people are connected, not only in terms of doing the work, but also in terms of having a platform to receive advice regarding mental health or any other issues, but also some social evenings through a digital media. So the company will continue to find innovative ways to engage with the workforce. And you talked about the airport security. I think there are lots of digital solutions possible. The company will continue to work with the government and look for opportunities to participate and develop some very, very mission critical, nationally important projects. We will see that opportunity as very prestigious and engage with the government and the public sector. In terms of cyber crimes, I think it's always the second side of anything that is positive. You did analogy of IT and the gold. I think it's always the case when there is a lot of good, there is also an opportunity for people to misuse. But the company has developed a huge array of offerings in cybercrime area to be able to monitor and provide customers and governments we engage with the right alerts and solutions and so on and so forth. And you talked about war in Ukraine. I don't know what the solution is to avoid wars, so I can't really comment on that. And many people asked a couple of questions and a couple of comments. I just want to answer it upfront. People talked about the TCS's revenue from the India market to be 5%. Will it increase? See, TCS has a geographical distribution, and in the global arena, the IT spend varies across markets, and TCS's proportion of revenues from different markets is in proportion to the total IT budget. The IT budget, for example, in the US is significantly larger compared to India. So it's not possible to substantially increase TCS revenue from India as a percentage of its overall pool, while we will continue to participate in government projects and also in building corporate relationships. The number to move from 5% to 6% or 7%, it's a significant shift. So I don't see this number going to double digit for a long period to come. Second point is that people raised about why not a physical board meeting, a physical AGM and only a virtual. See, we had to take a call in terms of a virtual AGM or a physical AGM at least 2 to 3 months in advance. At that time, there was still an uncertainty about whether physical meeting will be possible, what will be the COVID. Somebody also referred to the IPL. Even in the IPL, the initial days of the IPL was with very few people allowed in the stadiums. So over a period of time, based on the situation when it developed, they opened it up. So one had no certainty, AGM being a very important event and also an event which is statutorily required. We didn't want to risk any uncertainty. That is why we have gone in for a virtual AGM. And like many of you, I also equally want to have a physical AGM and want to have the opportunity to meet with the shareholders face to face. I hope we can do that next year. Mr. Gautam Tiwari, you talked about how many shares or dividend that were transferred to IEPF. Unclaimed dividend of rupees 628.38 lakhs. That is 6 crores 28 lakhs, and 25,561 shares were transferred to IEPF during the year 2021-22. It has already been reported in the annual report. And you talked about the temporary workers versus permanent workers. 7.5% of the workforce is approximately temporary workers. You asked about the attrition. As I already made in my opening remark, company wants to contain the attrition. Many people ask this question again, but during the pandemic time, the attrition level went very low. To some extent, it is some of the pent-up attrition, and people who leave look for other companies, either because they want to shift a city or or because they want to have a different job as a change. So it can be many reasons. So I can't really explain to you as a generic reason, but the company does a very detailed analysis through exit interview process, and then is focused on retaining people based on their needs and concerns. But the attrition management is a key priority for the company, and we will continue to do employee engagement initiatives. You also asked about how many handicapped people are working in the company. The company has 921 employees with disabilities, and we are always looking to see how we can engage with people who are differentially abled and how we can give them more opportunities. We will continue to increase this percentage. And in terms of gender ratio, 64.4% of the employees are male and 35.6% are female. Total female count is 211,028 employees. On Ukraine, Russia, the company has no presence in those markets, and we do not have an impact. Mr. Hiranand Kotwani, you asked about the related party transactions. Totally between the company and Tata Sons and its associates, there is a total transactions of 1,551 crores is the total value of these transactions, and mostly these transactions are related to the company providing either IT services or the company engaging with the group companies to be able to leverage the joint procurement volume, so that the procurement can be done for common needs between TCS and other companies. So this is the nature of the transactions. Then you asked about special economic zones. The special economic zone reinvestment reserve is created out of the profits of eligible SCZ units to avail tax exemptions as provided in the Income Tax Act. The amount so credited will be transferred to retained earnings when we invest in plant and machinery for equivalent value. And you asked about the sexual harassment case. During the year, there were 36 sexual harassment complaints which were received globally, and all of them have been resolved after a due process review. Each case is investigated as per the company policy as well as the local regulatory requirements in the respective geography. And wherever the case is proven, appropriate penal action has been, disciplinary action has been taken, and there has been no such case in the courts anywhere. Then you talked about what type of commission is given. I think the commission given to the board of directors is as per the company policy and as within the laws, and I cannot stress you the value that the independent directors bring to the company. It is a significant value. Their guidance, their experience, knowledge that they bring on the strategy of the company, as well as many strategic issues that we discuss in the board, is invaluable, and we will never be able to compensate them enough. So it is very much in line with the policy. Then you talked about auditor and external auditor fees. Auditor fees paid to statutory auditors on a consolidated basis is rupees 9.1 crore in FY22. Audit is always carried out in India as well as from respective locations as per the law of the land, because TCS is a global company and operates in more than 50 different jurisdictions. So we need to respect the laws of the land, and the audit process takes into account that. Ms. Alka Karnani, you asked about whether with the inflation the spend on the tech sector will be curtailed, and we don't see that. The digital transformation is a reality and it is getting accelerated, so we see the spend completely on track. And attrition rate, you mentioned, I already answered that question. and company will try to do the employee engagement and be sensible in the way we design our policies very proactively, so that we continue to remain the best employer as well as friendly to our employees. Manoj Kumar Gupta, thank you for all your positive comments. I already talked about the Russian and Ukraine, and you talked about Northeast. While I can't specifically comment whether TCS will create a campus, Northeast is an important area where the group wants to engage. Tata Group as a whole is looking at opportunities for expanding our presence in terms of investments and job creation and also social work in the Northeast. Thank you. Radha Saraf, you expressed an interest to visit Bombay House. You are most welcome. Please get in touch with my office. We'll be happy to host you. Company you talked about should have the war chest. The company already has, in spite of all the dividends and buyback, company has a cash in hand of 56,000 crores. And so any dividend that we pay out or a buyout we do is in line with the company's payout policy to shareholders of 80 to 100% of the free cash flow. We definitely take into account the cash needs of the company and whether needs in terms of investment in R&D, investment in capital expenditure or investment in acquisition will be the top most priority, and after that we want to reward the shareholders. And you asked about whether there will be a efficiency because of the work from home. No, there are equivalent expenditures. So in other means which the company is engaging with the employees, and also now we will be going into a hybrid mode. While it is my personal preference to encourage employees to come back to work, and I would like to see a significant number of employees back in the office. The company is already working with the employees. So while there will be hybrid, we expect most employees to come back and return to the offices. So in the new paradigm, the cost structure will have to be suitably adjusted. Mr. Kaushik Chahukar, you have expressed an interest to work with the company. Definitely, I'll request the company to speak with you. And in case if there is an opportunity, TCS will engage. Otherwise, I will request the Tata Sons HR to connect with you and see how your skills can be used within the group. Mr. S.P. Besania, thank you for your comment. I already explained why we couldn't do a physical shareholder meeting. And the PM CARES Fund was instituted at the time of the COVID. We believe it is a national cause driven by the Prime Minister. So we have made a contribution which we think is the right thing to do to support the nation at the time of the pandemic and other crises we have faced. And you asked about when will the revenue of 3 lakh crores will be achieved. We don't give guidance, but the company has been growing double digit every year, so you can make your extrapolations. And many people talked about the share transfer agent and how the group should get involved. I have taken all those points and I'll mention it to the group company secretarial department to engage with our share transfer agent to address all the shareholder issues and see how we can be more efficient and you can be helped. Santosh Kumar Saraf, thank you for your comments. Hema Gupta, I already answered your question about the TCS, the Indian revenue of TCS from the India market. And in terms of the DNA and cognitive disruption, the company is engaged with many of the biotech companies and other companies to participate in the disruption. And also the company's R&D is working on many such areas, and hopefully we will build intellectual property in the coming years to be able to make a big impact in this area. Tamal Majumdar, you raised a number of issues. The first one being why the retail CPG and media has grown faster than some of the other areas like life sciences and healthcare. The life sciences and healthcare has been continuously, steadily doing well even during the pandemic, whereas some of the other industries took a hit during the pandemic. So what you see in the near term, last few quarters, is the effect of the slowdown that happened to some of the industries and which have bounced back. But otherwise, I want to assure you that the life sciences and healthcare industry is doing incredibly well in TCS. And then you talked about the dollar 77.74 due to global fuel costs and other aspects, and wanted me to make a comment on rupee dollar. It will be very difficult to say where the rupee will be, but personally I believe while the global inflationary trend has its impact in many such areas, and also the geopolitical environment has many such headwinds, the Indian market is extremely well placed for growth, and the inflation in India will be lower than the Western countries. And also with the regulators in India continuing to monitor this space, I'm hoping that this will be very range bound. And in terms of the operating margin, all I can say is that the company continues to maintain its operating margin guidance. I don't want to say guidance, but the belief that it will operate between 26 to 28%. That is our stated goal. But the number of uncertainties over the last 2 years that we have had to handle continues to see some volatility, but our stated goal is to get back into 26 to 28% of the margin. And the accounts receivable DSO days came down by 3 days. You have seen that in the free cash flow conversion, which is almost at an all-time high of 104% of the profits. And I think while the company wants to continue to drive the DSO, I think at 64 days, it is, at least from the company's point of view, it is one of the best that we have seen in the last several years. So we'll continue to monitor that. You asked about the loan of 13,665 crores and the 5,384 crores. See, this is not a loan. This is a loan against the deposit that we have. The company's money deposited in one of the banks, which is not a Tata Group entity. This is one of the banks in India, which is safe and sound and gives us the best returns. On the provision that has been made on the case, I think we believe that what has been made as a provision is adequate, and we don't expect any change to that. I think I have pretty much answered your question. You asked about the foundation is spending only 48% of the total money for the year. See, TCS has a large corpus because of the profits that we have for the CSR. So we enter into long-term projects. So while we commit X amount of crores, maybe 50, 60, 80, 100 crores for an initiative, it is not possible to be able to spend all that money in the same year. But we allocate that money towards that cause. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs allows us to spend this money over a period of 5 years. So while the money is transferred to the TCS Foundation, and these monies are allocated to certain projects which have been committed by the company. So there is no underspending from the company point of view. It's just that the nature of the projects takes multi-years to execute. And then thank you for your noting on the BSC website about R.C. Subramaniam. We'll certainly look into it and take it up with BSC. And on the bonus shares, we note your comment on the diligent of profits. I think, some of these subsidiaries will have their own ups and downs, but the business model in terms of the platforms is very, very strong, and the company is leveraging the intellectual property to drive some of these platform-based deals, which are very large and transformative, and positions the company as a partner of transformation in making transition to the next decade for our customers. And many people also asked about the others being lower margin compared to some of the other sectors. See, the segmental reporting must be seen in the right context. The company continues to build new capabilities and new verticals. The reason some verticals are bucketed under others is because they have still not achieved the scale. So when we are building those verticals, definitely they will operate at slightly lower margin, but they are strategic in nature. That's extremely important for the company to get into those verticals, those markets, and also those kind of projects. And as they mature and gain scale, the margins will improve. Mr. Shailesh Mahadevia, thank you for your comments regarding the Chhatrapati Sangrahalaya. We have committed about 25 crores for that project. And you talked about the global growth of 2.8%. Yes, but that will have a macro impact across the board. But we still, based on the discussions with our clients and the pipeline we see and the order book that we are currently seeing in terms of April and May this year, we continue to believe that the technology spends will be continued. The EVA for the fiscal 2022 is rupees 30,948 crores. The rate of interest for the calculation of EVA is 15.33%. The ESG rating, we have got it from EcoVadis, awarded gold rating for the last 8 years. Sustainalytics, they have given us the ESG risk rating of 14.4, which translates to low risk. And we are recognized as a top industry rated company as well as a top regional rated company. And we are listed in the top 10 constituents in the MSCI Index, India Leaders Index, and our MSCI ESG rating is AA. And we also are the top 10 constituent in the FTSE 4 Good Emerging Index rating. So on multiple ratings, the company is doing extremely well. And you asked about attrition of the women. I think the attrition of women and men are more or less the same, around the 17% mark. Thank you. Humayun Purdehi, your comment about the transfer agent I have already addressed. Ukraine and attrition rate, all of that we have addressed. Mr. Dharav Jamadar, you asked about metaverse. The company is engaged with our clients, already has developed some solutions which have been deployed with a media company, and we will continue to watch this space, and it's going to be a very big opportunity, as you rightly said, but these opportunities take time to mature. And Lekha Shah, you asked about more about the COVID pandemic and whether the employees have returned to work. Still, many employees are working from home. This is a process the company is going through to establish the hybrid model with employees significantly returning back to work. Mr. Prakashini Shenoy, you also asked about the COVID-19 impact. COVID-19 impact, all I can say is that you saw a couple of years ago the revenues came down, the growth rates came down, but now it has picked up again. And the company's tax rate, effective tax rate is somewhere around 25.6%. And there's no GST. There's no GST. So GST is restricted to a small percentage of revenue, which is primarily in the India services. The company predominantly has a global business, more than around 95%. Mr. Atanu Saha, I have taken note of your comment on physical meeting. I have addressed it, and bonus or share split and all those things I have taken note. And Mrs. Mascarenes, I already answered your question regarding ESG rating and other questions you have raised. Mr. Mascarenes, thank you for your comments. Dinesh Kotecha, I answered your question regarding physical meeting. You asked about Tejas Network. Tejas Network is a separate company invested directly by Tata Sons. This is in the business of building telecom, networking, core, base transmission equipments, and telecom software to be able to run the network. And there is no plan to be integrating that with TCS. Is a separate business. Even though TCS will have a partnership in implementation of those as a system integrator in some of these areas, and wherever there is a TCS IP that can be leveraged in joint go-to-market, we will explore that. I've already answered the question of regarding attrition, and then you asked about fraud case. There is no, in this case, there is no direct monetary impact for TCS. Or the revenue you asked about, the revenue in constant currency, which I already, it's again over 15%. And actually the company delivered more than 15%, 15 to 16%, both in dollar terms, constant currency terms, and also in rupee terms. It's been a year where the company has delivered strong growth in all currencies. And the tax disputes, yes, we continue to be very diligent about pursuing those, and I can't tell you on what better way to handle it. And you asked about legal claim. Company has ongoing legal proceedings primarily with the Epic systems, and we had made a provision of 1,218 crore towards this legal claim in last year. Company will continue to pursue the legal options that is available to you, and there is no further update. And how do I visualize the company in 5 to 10 years? I cannot predict in terms of specific number. I don't want to say that. Company doesn't give forward-looking guidance, except that we already said we will become a $50 billion company. I see the potential to be very large. The company will not only do in the services space, it will do more intellectual property, more platform-based revenues, and it will partner with all the leading companies in all the transition that is taking place in terms of digital sustainability, in terms of supply chain, and also in the new talent model. All of these are big opportunities for the company. I expect the company's position to be extremely strong. Mr. Praful Chavda, you asked about Army people. Our youth employment program supported placement of about 7,400 marginalized youth across companies in private and public sector, and we continue to see what we can do with the armed forces. There are programs that we run called Go IT and also Ignite My Future to cover Army personnel through our partnership with the Army Public Schools. But direct employment, wherever possible, we definitely engage with them, not only in TCS but also across the group. Deepti Ranjan Bai, the company's investment in R&D is continuing to increase, and I would not like to measure it as a percentage of revenue. I can only assure you that the company does not hesitate to make any investment that is required for its future. Company's future, the impact we can make in the businesses around the globe, and the innovation that we can bring, on the intellectual property we can create, all the advanced areas that we can build capabilities comes as a top priority. Sometimes it will show as R&D, sometimes it will show as investment in training, sometimes it will show as investments that we are doing in creating platforms for taking to market, some of which we will completely be expensing out, so it may not show up as R&D revenue, R&D investment. Sheetal Bansal, thank you for your comments. Mr. Vasudha Dakwe, thank you. Ms. Vasudha Dakwe, thank you for your comment. Mr. Bharat Shah, thank you for your comment. Mr. Manjit Singh, you talked a lot about CEO commission. I just want to assure you that the company rewards the management for what they bring to the table. It is, even if you benchmark it with comparable companies, is still lower than the benchmark. And the company is a leading company, India's and globally most respected IT services company. We have our rankings. So the reward mechanism the company has put in place is what we believe is the right mechanism. And you asked about class 4 workers. The company, I can tell you, has not retrenched anyone, has not cut salaries, has taken care of every employee at every level in the company during not only COVID, always, but certainly during the COVID period. We have been most considerate and will continue to be appreciative, because we duly believe that every single employee in the company contributes to the company's growth. They all have a job to do, and they are all very passionate about the company. Every employee is passionate about the customers we serve. So we will continue to reward all our employees and keep a very cohesive unit. And you talked about subsidiary losses. You know, as I have answered before, there are many markets in which the company operates. Some of them are subsidiaries in the on-site. They also drive work offshore, so the profitability for those engagements may be offshore driven. So there are a lot of specifics involved, and some markets we are making upfront investment. So it will be improper to start comparing every unit to the same benchmark. Mr. Jasmeet Singh, you talked about how buyback is not beneficial. I think buyback and dividend is evaluated by the board every year. Buyback is tax efficient, and even if you give dividend, new shareholders can buy the shares, and then to be able to receive the dividend, and post dividend they can sell. So it's very difficult for us to control. We go by the law. We try to do what is good for the shareholders, and all long-term shareholders, like you and me, and like you and Tata Sons and other companies, have to accept both forms, so that we try to be most efficient in our reward to the shareholders. Mr. Dinesh Bhatia, thank you for your comments. And you asked about goodwill. The purchase consideration paid in excess of the fair value of net assets acquired is recognized as goodwill and disclosed in the balance sheet. The decrease in goodwill as compared to the last year is on account of the exchange difference. It's just the exchange difference. There is no other change. And Mr. Ashok Malia, you talk about e-waste. We recognize e-waste as a most critical issue that we will develop as the world adopts more and more digital devices and digital media. So it's a long-term issue which we all have to face. This is something that the group is looking at. From the company point of view, the company disposes of the e-waste in a very, very responsible manner by partnering with the government authorized recycling companies. Mr. Yusuf Rangwala, you are I am also eager to meet with you whenever there is a next opportunity. It will be my pleasure to meet with you. Mr. Nirav Chudgar, thank you for your message. You talked about the issue you have in pension. The issue is that after leaving TCS, you already made 3 different jobs. You went to Hexaware. So when we followed up with the regional office, we hear that the money has been transferred to Hexaware. So now you are with, after IBM, with Deloitte. The company is willing to work with you to see what can be done. I understand the company is already in touch with you. If you come through the portal and engage with the company will do all is needed to work with the authorities so that the amount can be transferred to your current employer. And I already answered your comment on other segments and the other markets. As I said, it's while the company will continue to grow, the mix of the revenues from the different markets will always be in proportion to the spend in those markets. Pooja Agarwal, thank you for your questions on India Plus opportunity. Yes, it is an India Plus opportunity, and it will create new businesses, and the company will partner with all the players to be able to participate in this opportunity. Ms. Patel, I just want to tell you, you made a comment on the dividend. We could have given more. I think the company is the best rewarding company in India, and it's a global benchmark. Even this year, we have transferred 102% of the free cash flow generated during the year to the shareholders. ION is our platform for education services, and that's what is referred to as ION certification. I already answered your attrition rate question, and I take your comment on the annual report. Many people made comments on annual report, some on the light print, some on the need for the copies to be delivered to them. We'll certainly look at all those things. Well, we will be compliant. We want to be as shareholder friendly as possible. So I will definitely speak to the company secretary team to continue to see what else we can do to address any issues there may be. With those comments, I complete my answers to all the questions that have been raised. I would like to now authorize Pradeep Gaitonde, Company Secretary, to conduct the voting procedure and conclude the meeting. The e-voting facility will remain open for the next 15 minutes to enable members to cast their vote. The results would be announced within the time stipulated under the applicable laws, and the same would be intimated to the stock exchanges and uploaded on the website of the company as well as that of NSDL. I once again thank all the shareholders for attending the meeting today and offering their most valuable suggestions to make the company better. And we at the company remain committed to continue to progress TCS as the most iconic company in the space in which it operates, and continue to drive value to shareholders, employees, customers, and the society at large. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all our directors who continue to provide enormous guidance to this board and for taking the time, in spite of the various time zones and odd hours, to stay and participate in this meeting. With your consent, I, the members of the board, as well as the management, would like to leave the meeting. I request all of you to have a safety and healthy year ahead, and hopefully we will have a physical meeting next year. Thank you all very much.